Chapter 561. A sudden surge of power rippled through the cultivation hall as Ye Cheng's domains blossomed from 56 to 81. A stunned voice called out, 81 domains achieved. Another whispered in awe, only 18 more to reach perfection. Ye Cheng clenched his fists and rose to his feet. His eyes gleamed like twin stars, reflecting the infinite depths of the cosmos. He murmured softly, and an invisible pressure blossomed around him. That might crush the aura of a late-stage Tao Lord, and made even a perfect Tao Lord seem no more formidable than an ant. With the blessing of 81 domains, Ye Cheng's strength had skyrocketed. He now dared to believe he could rival the Supreme Master himself. 18 domains still separated him from absolute perfection, and the resources required to close that gap were as vast and unfathomable as an abyss. Yet fear no longer gripped his heart. As long as he had the power, he would find a way to gather whatever he needed. A fierce confidence burned in his eyes, brimming with unshakable ambition and dominance. Nothing could stand in his path now. What's more, this is only the beginning of my power. Ye Cheng's cultivation shifted at his command. Instantly, 9 brilliant streams of divine light burst forth from the Zhuxian sword formation. Each beam corresponded to one of the 9 masters he had slain, powerful cultivators whose lifelong Tao fruits he had seized, along with the contents of their storage pouches. Expecting untold treasures, he had been puzzled to find the bags empty, save for a few jade boxes holding Wanling Tao fruits and Wanling Tao seeds. No spirit stones, no relics, nothing more. Even so, those Tao fruits represented supreme nourishment. Holding each of the 9 star-like orbs of divine energy, Ye Cheng exhaled deeply. Despite wielding the legendary sky-swallowing divine power, refining the life force of 9 masters, particularly the exalted fairyland cultivators, would demand at least a decade of focused effort. But the rewards, he reminded himself, would be utterly extraordinary. Ye Cheng figured that if he could refine all 9 Wanling Tao fruits, the power he gained would easily propel him into the Saint King realm, perhaps even toward its legendary perfection. Yet, he chose not to rush the process. He'd already spent precious days absorbing and distilling those fruits. By now, the Tianhuang ancient mine would have closed its gates. A jolt of anxiety struck him. Deep in the mine's core, would his entry token still function once the mine sealed? He dared not find out by waiting. Drawing the token from his belt, he funneled a surge of spiritual energy into it. But his power vanished as if poured into a bottomless pit. No glow, no portal, no escape from this forbidden wasteland. Ye Cheng studied the inert token for a long moment, then let out a wry chuckle. Well, this is just perfect. Could he really be trapped at the very heart of that ancient mine? The isolating power of the wasteland's forbidden zone was truly terrifying. At first, Ye Cheng had assumed this barrier was the work of the elusive, young master behind the 9 immortal lords, an elaborate snare meant to steal the souls of Shenzhou's greatest heroes while cloaking its creator's senses. But even after the 9-ring formation collapsed, the seal endured. He was certain that not even a projection of the Kangwu Immortal King, formidable as it was, could tear through that age-old prison. Earlier, when he had slain the 9 immortal lords, Ye Cheng used the Yinming treasure technique to sift through their lingering memories. From those fragments, he gained a rough but crucial understanding of true immortal power. In comparison, an immortal king's projection wielded less than 1/10,000th of the strength of the sovereign himself. In other words, whatever force sustained this forbidden zone must be on an altogether different level. It possessed barely a millionth, or maybe even a 10 millionth, of a true immortal king's power. And yet, it was still the projection of an immortal king. Above the mortal realm lies the threshold of immortality, the quasi-immortal realm, the voice intoned. Only by piercing this veil can one truly enter the immortal realm and attain the rank of celestial immortal. Beyond the celestial immortal stands the golden immortal, then the true immortal, and above that the immortal lord. The final step, the loftiest of all, is the immortal king. Stronger still are those who have surpassed even the immortal king, legends so ancient that none in the current immortal world have encountered them in countless eras. Concealed in the deepest, most mysterious corners of that realm, Only a handful of primordial fairy kings in eternal seclusion might attain such heights, and they never emerge. This is why the black-armored, horse-faced cultivator was struck dumb. He didn't recognize Kangwu Immortal King by name, but even a mere projection of an immortal king was enough to send ripples through the entire immortal world. Every detail of this apparition matched what the Nine Masters' collective memory recorded, and that was all the confirmation he needed. Ye Cheng realized that the immortal king projection he'd condensed still wasn't strong enough to slay a golden immortal. It could dispatch ordinary heavenly immortals without much trouble, but it lacked the force to shatter the ancient seal over the heavenly desolate. That seal, and the mysterious Nanchimen monument he'd glimpsed earlier, only deepened his curiosity about the mine's forbidden origins. Now, however, there was no time for speculation. His immediate priority was finding a way out of this ancient labyrinth. Just then, he noticed something surprising. The spiritual energy he'd poured into his teleportation token showed no sign of fading. Crafted by the great sects of the northern desolate divine continent, the token had been designed to imitate the enchantments of the Tianhuang ancient forbidden mine. Its teleportation power could pierce the mine's barriers without being entirely consumed, exactly what Ye Cheng needed to make his escape. This teleportation talisman was the Shenzhou champion's ultimate ace in the hole for exploring the depths of the Tianhuang ancient mine, a desperate life-or-death gambit. So long as Ye Cheng shattered the token, there might still be hope of escape. But the situation he now faced was far more perilous than anyone had anticipated. Under ordinary circumstances, the talisman's teleportation magic needed only to pierce the mine's outer shell before guiding its bearer safely back out. The energy cost was minimal, and the spell remained strong enough to transport a living being clear of the caverns. Ye Cheng, however, stood deep within the mine's heart, in the very core known as the Tianhuang Ancient Forbidden Mine, the oldest and most impenetrable section of the entire labyrinth. To ferry him out, the talisman's magic would have to cut through not one but two massive layers of arcane restriction, an obstacle that would consume virtually all its power. Indeed, when Ye Cheng finally unleashed the talisman's teleportation surge, the token's spiritual reserves surged forth, only to be almost entirely drained by the Forbidden Mine's ancient wards. By the time the spell trickled back into the talisman, its ability to whisk him away was feeble, perilously weak for the trek still ahead. Yet even a flicker of power in such a desperate place was better than nothing. Clutching the token in his palm, Ye Cheng steeled himself. He would have to marshal every last ounce of courage, and perhaps find another way to pull off the miracle that now seemed so improbably distant. It still wasn't enough to fling Ye Cheng out of the Tianhuang ancient mine, but the obstacle wasn't insurmountable. The purer and more concentrated his spirit power, the stronger the teleportation token would become. And even after breaking through 2 layers of ancient seals, there'd be enough residual energy to send him home. Ye Cheng closed his eyes and probed the token's latent teleportation force. He ran the numbers mentally. If he could intensify his spirit power by 1,000-fold, the token would do the rest. At his current late Saint stage cultivation, a 1,000-fold condensation of power demanded a breakthrough into the Saint King realm, probably well into its middle tier, not merely its early phase. For most cultivators, that would require millennia of effort. But Ye Cheng was no ordinary cultivator. With the sky-swallowing divine art and the Tao fruit of the 9 masters at his disposal, his ascent promised to be far swifter. He opened his eyes, steady and determined, already charting the path ahead. A rapid climb through the Saint King realm, a 1,000-fold surge of spirit power, and at last, freedom from the depths of the ancient mine. I originally planned to leave the ancient mine before breaking through to the next realm, but looking at the Tao fruit of the 9 masters in my palm, I knew I couldn't wait any longer. With a single thought, Ye Cheng unleashed the mighty sky-swallowing divine power. In an instant, the Tao fruit was drawn into his mouth, and a roaring torrent of spiritual essence poured into his dantian and sea of consciousness. Each drop of that pure, potent qi fused seamlessly with his soul, nourishing it, fortifying his spiritual veins, and propelling his cultivation forward at an astonishing rate. Despite the vast gulf of resources normally required to shatter a realm's ceiling, the unparalleled energy stored within the Nine Masters' Tao fruit proved more than enough. Day and night, Ye Cheng refined that power, tempering his spirit and body against the crushing pressure of the bottleneck. Before he knew it, only 1 month had passed, an impossibly short span by any standard, and he emerged triumphant in the perfect stage of the Saint Realm. Now, standing at the edge of true greatness, he sensed the next barrier looming ahead. Most cultivators, having reached this point, would slow their progress, accumulating every scrap of spiritual energy bit by bit, until one day they could finally shatter the bottleneck in a single explosive breakthrough. Ye Cheng, however, felt the thrill of momentum surging through him. The path forward would be difficult, but he had no intention of lingering here for long. Ye Cheng, now brimming with power and standing on the brink of a breakthrough, refused to waste a single moment. He focused his will and drew upon the celestial devouring great divine power. "Extract the Tao fruit's essence from the 9 lords," he commanded inwardly. "Incinerate it completely and force my cultivation past its bottleneck." At his mental decree, the devouring great divine power erupted around him. Ye Cheng reached out and ripped a fragment from the sacred 9 lords' Tao fruit, then unleashed its full potency. In an instant, a roaring torrent of divine energy, like a river of starlight, surged toward the fetters that had long constrained his realm. The raw power he'd called upon was staggering, the equivalent of thousands of Tao Lord Perfection Masters' lifetime cultivation, nearly 1/10 of the entire 9 lords' Tao fruit. Normally, refining and assimilating such a force would take months of ceaseless effort. But channeled through the devouring great divine power, its efficacy was absolute. With a thunderous boom, the bottleneck in his cultivation shattered. Boundaries dissolved, and at last Ye Cheng's path opened before him, free and limitless. Ye Cheng suddenly felt a fierce storm raging inside him. His dantian and his sea of consciousness trembled as something deep within shifted. The essence of his saint's soul and saint's spiritual power compressed and condensed, thrusting him up to the Saint King level. A pure, kingly aura, like sacred sunlight, pulsed through him, each beat far stronger than before. Then came the crack that echoed through his bones. Above him, vast dark clouds swirled as if drawn by his rising power. His dantian churned, his sea of consciousness spun wildly, and his saint's soul and spiritual power evolved yet again. Golden, divine light laced through his soul, blazing with an absolute, domineering presence. His spiritual power now bore the weight and grandeur of the heavenly Holy King. In that blinding flash of energy, Ye Cheng's breakthrough was complete. He had entered the realm of the Holy King. Chapter 562, Boom. The moment Ye Cheng's cultivation leapt to a new level, the Saint King Thunder Tribulation descended. It was almost identical to the tribulation he faced when he first broke through to the Saint Realm, only far more formidable. The storm gathering above the Tianhuang ancient mine crackled with 3,000 chaos divine thunders, forging a colossal gear-shaped mill of swirling power. Runes of destruction divine patterns etched themselves deeper into the metal surface, growing ever more intricate by the second. This chaos thunder tribulation was over 100 times stronger than the one he'd endured during his earlier breakthrough. Back then, such a cataclysm would have wreaked havoc on his mind, and possibly cost him his life. But now, Ye Cheng's expression remained utterly serene. He made no grand gesture to invoke his heaven-devouring art. Instead, with barely a flicker of motion, he slipped into the heart of the thundercloud. His long sword sliced through the air in a single fluid arc, shattering the great chaotic mill and dispelling all 3,000 chaos divine thunders in an instant. As the thunderstorm collapsed outward, Ye Cheng emerged unscathed, his robes barely disturbed by the lingering crackle of dissipating lightning. Calmly, he surveyed the clearing skies, ready for whatever challenge lay ahead. Ye Cheng felt the raw energies surge as they poured into his sea of consciousness, each strand of power aggressively fusing with his 81 domains. The blessing of the 3,000 Chaos God Thunders only served to fortify those domains, drawing each one into an ever-closer unity. Yet despite this colossal boon, he still lacked the final spark needed to advance to the 82nd domain. He didn't mind. With his current strength, He could now venture into far more perilous regions, and the rewards waiting there would far exceed anything he'd found before. He recalled how daunting it once seemed to cultivate all 99 domains when he was limited to a handful of restricted areas. But now, even the dreaded 99% life restricted region of the northern wasteland, once infamous for slaughtering all but the most powerful, posed no threat to him. Instead, it stood as a supreme treasure trove. The headache he once felt at the prospect of a long, grueling path to master all 99 domains had completely vanished. And yet, Ye Cheng refused to let pride swell in his heart. True mastery, he knew, required not only power, but also humility. What he'd uncovered in the heart of the ancient mine jolted Ye Cheng's sense of security like nothing before. This world was far more dangerous than he'd ever imagined. Beyond the lurking beasts and treacherous traps, two enemies now loomed largest, the Fairyland's young master, and the Grand Emperor Immortal, who stood behind him. In this single expedition, Ye Cheng had not only filled his own coffers but also shattered a grand design the father and son duo had perfected over tens of millions of years. The Nine Masters' collective memories made the truth unmistakable. Eons ago, the Grand Emperor Immortal had meticulously engraved the Tianhuang ancient mine's layout, a pattern repeated across the Tianzhuan continent and even in other realms. These labyrinthine caverns were built by the giants of the fairy world to cultivate an unrivaled legacy for their descendants. Yet now, every trap, every hidden chamber, every layer of that age-old architecture lay in ruins, ruined by Ye Cheng's hand. Though the Grand Emperor Immortal was supremely powerful, he dared not strike back and risk his prestige. His son, however, the cunning young master of Fairyland, had no such reservations. Ye Cheng knew, with chilling certainty, that the son's revenge would come, and likely within 3 years. According to the Nine Masters' memories, if no word returns from the mortal realm after 3 years, the Grand Emperor's heir will be forced to open the fairy gate, send masters into the lower world, and bring them home by force. On Tianzhuan continent, and across countless other worlds, a barrier severs the link between heaven and earth. High-level immortals are blocked from entering the mortal plane. Only cultivators who remain at the human realm, like the Nine Masters, can pass unhindered. But the Grand Emperor's heir, Ye Cheng, is a direct descendant of the immortal lord. When he finally dispatches his forces into the lower world, even the slightest misstep could prove fatal. And no sooner would a failure be reported than even greater powers from the fairyland would descend. Their only hope lies in Ye Cheng's immortal sword formation. If that fails, there is still the terrifying backup of his immortal king projection, a technique feared by all who know its name. Under the influence of the absolute heaven and earth pass, even fighters who have broken through to the golden immortal realm are reduced to heavenly immortal strength once they come down into the mortal world, still well within the suppression field cast by the projection of the immortal king. And that Taihuang young master is, after all, only a young master. He hasn't attained true immortality himself. The number of powerful disciples his father, the Taihuang Immortal Venerable, would allow him to call on is strictly limited, and the strongest among them are only at the golden immortal rank. All the same, Ye Cheng felt his guard go up. As he continued to grow stronger, he knew he would face ever more formidable foes. Even the fearsome Zhuxian sword formation couldn't be taken for granted. He closed his eyes, centering his spirit and dispelling the crackle of thunder that still echoed around him. When he opened them again, he hovered just above the shifting storm clouds, gazing down at the Zhuxian sword formation with eager anticipation. This time, he would be ready for whatever challenge awaited him below. Ye Cheng had barely set foot in the ancient mine's core when he called upon the divine materials and spirit irons he had painstakingly gathered to elevate the Zhuxian sword formation to the pinnacle of the mastery realm. The upgrade deepened his bond with the formation, and with it came startling new insights. If I can push the Zhuxian sword formation all the way to the top domination tier, he thought, the Xianlin technique that summons the immortal king's projection will transform and grow exponentially. At present, when Ye Cheng activated the formation, he could only project a vestige of the Kangwu immortal king. Its power amounted to scarcely 1/millionth, or perhaps even 1/10,000,000th of the king's true might. But a further refinement of the Xianlin technique would send that projection's strength surging upward. At that level, not only heavenly and golden immortals, but even true immortals who crossed into his domain would fall under his control. A fierce fire kindled in Ye Cheng's eyes as he imagined that day approaching. With every beat of his heart, his resolve only grew stronger. The Zhuxian Four Swords are bound to Ye Cheng's native sword technique, their power keyed directly to his cultivation. No matter how many materials he gathers or how fine a killing sword he forges, he cannot imprint the Zhuxian sword formation's Dao pattern unless his own realm rises to meet it. In the end, whether his goal is to elevate the formation or simply to overcome his current stalemate and escape the Tianhuang ancient mine, there's only one answer. He must advance his cultivation further. Drawing in a steady breath, Ye Cheng banished every stray thought and without hesitation unleashed his sky-swallowing divine power. Once again, he plunged into the frantic absorption of the Nine Masters' Dao fruit essences. 3 more months slipped past in a flash. When the sun finally dipped below the horizon on the last day of the 3rd month, exactly half a year since he'd first entered the Tianhuang ancient mine, Ye Cheng opened his eyes. A surge of spiritual energy now radiated from his dantian. He had broken through to the late Saint King realm. Ye Cheng's power, already magnified by the Blessy, Neng of the 81 domains, easily outstripped ordinary late-stage masters. Even among the 9 cultivators he had faced in the fairyland, most notably the scholar garbed in Confucian robes and the sky-winged divine python, both renowned for their deep foundations and ability to transcend rank, he was more than a match. With his Saint King cultivation now approaching its limit, he no longer needed to burn his own blood to sustain an immortal king projection. His raw spiritual strength alone was enough to activate the talisman and burst out of the Tianhuang ancient mine. Inside, Ye Cheng paused only long enough to survey his gains. He realized that he had refined and absorbed barely 30% of the Dao fruits left behind by the 9 lords. Roughly 70% still lay dormant. But he wasn't worried. Each incremental rise in his power sharpened his alchemical efficiency, accelerating the refinement process. In time, every last fruit would yield its full potential, and nothing would stand in his way. As soon as I return to the God of War Academy, I'll trade in part of the divine materials and spirit iron I gathered for contribution points. Those points should be more than enough to grant me access to the Wandao Heavenly Palace and let me employ the forbidden amplification technique in my training. If the palace truly boosts my cultivation 100-fold, then in under a year I can fully refine the remaining Dao fruits of the 9 lords and absorb their power. At that point, I'll break into the Saint Lord realm, strong enough to dominate the entire domination realm. With that goal in mind, Ye Cheng didn't hesitate. He poured his spiritual power into the talisman. Instantly, a far more violent surge of teleportation energy erupted from its depths, raging like a thunderous river. The torrent engulfed him, lifting him skyward and ripping straight through the Tianhuang ancient barrier in a single bound. After a brief moment, it burst from the depths of the Tianhuang ancient mine and re-entered the world of Beihuang Shenzhou. The instant Ye Cheng stepped back into familiar territory, a sudden, inexplicable pulse of energy rippled through him, setting his heart pounding. The spiritual energy in Beihuang Shenzhou, it soared that high? Chapter 563. Ye Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment. His cultivation had advanced to the point that his spiritual awareness was keener and his perceptual range far broader than before. Now, with a single thought, he could sweep an area the size of a wasteland. At this very moment, the spiritual energy around him had grown so dense and potent that it far surpassed anything he had sensed in the past, more than 10 times stronger than when he first entered the Tianhuang ancient mine. This is the second spiritual energy tide. It's come in full force, he thought, exhilarated. He'd foreseen the onset of this second wave long before he joined the God of War Academy, but he hadn't expected its peak to arrive so swiftly. As he bathed in the surging power, a nagging anomaly tugged at his attention. The Tianhuang ancient mine, nestled in the northern reaches of Shenzhou, its borders touching the kingdoms of Leijing to the west and Mojing to the east, should have revealed certain telltale signs of this influx. Yet something about the energy's distribution felt off. Ye Cheng focused harder, determined to uncover what lay hidden beneath the mine's age-worn surface. Although the Thunder and Desert realms rank low in prosperity among the Northern Wilderness's 13 lands, their cultivators have always been far stronger than those of the Wilderness realm. Now, with the second great wave of spiritual energy sweeping across Shenzhou, one would expect their fighters to skyrocket in power. Within months, no one would be surprised to see new domain masters or even fresh realm masters emerge. Yet when Ye Cheng tapped into the surrounding auras, he found almost nothing. Neither realm had produced a single Saint Lord. The highest he detected anywhere in those territories was the Saint King realm, and even then only a handful of practitioners at that level. For cultivators who once claimed such lofty ranks, this scarcity was baffling. "What's happening here?" Ye Cheng murmured, unease knotting in his chest. He launched himself into the air, his figure blurring into a streak of light as he sped toward the Thunder Realm's greatest stronghold, an ancient city whose fame stretched back centuries. There, a perfect realm Saint King ruled as city lord, and it was bound to be a focal point for the realm's survivors. Touching down within the city walls, Ye Cheng braced himself. If anyone could shed light on this troubling mystery, it would be the cultivators gathered here. And if they were as weak as his senses suggested, the stakes were far higher than he'd imagined. At that moment, only one early Saint Realm cultivator remained within the City Lord's mansion, the great-great-grandson of the Saint King City Lord. Ye Cheng made no fuss. He slipped past the guards and materialized silently before the acting City Lord. The newcomer's ghost-like arrival startled the young noble so much he almost cried out. But seated in that position, he had long cultivated a steady mind. He quickly regained his composure, studied Ye Cheng's face, and his eyes lit up. "Senior, could you be His Highness Ye Cheng, the instructor who led the War God Academy's team into the Tianhuang ancient mine? Is that right? You recognize me?" Ye Cheng inclined his head. "Very well. Then tell me, what's the situation in Shenzhou? On my journey here, I didn't see a single domain master." At the mention of the mine, the acting city lord's expression froze. 3 months ago, the Tianhuang ancient mine had been sealed. Everyone else who ventured into the Tianhuang ancient mine emerged, everyone except Ye Cheng. Word of his disappearance spread like wildfire across the northern wilderness, even reaching the ears of the little saint. In everybody's mind, Ye Cheng was lost forever. Rival sects such as Wanling Pagoda and the Zhenwu Dao sect, long at odds with the God of War Academy, quietly celebrated. Ye Cheng had been hauling out an astonishing cache of Taoist treasures, most notably the barren stones excavated from the mine itself, that would have greatly boosted the Academy's strength. Now both he and his haul seemed hopelessly entombed in the depths. Even if some powerful external force rescued him, the fortune would remain lost. Yet, just when despair had settled in, and his rivals were already counting their gains, Ye Cheng reappeared, unharmed and clutching his treasures. His sudden return left the little saint speechless, shock and terror warring in his eyes. Acting City Lord Li stood perfectly still, every muscle taut with disbelief. Of course he knew this must be one of Ye Cheng's transcendent Tao bodies. No living person could have returned from the depths of the ancient mine. And yet the moment Ye Cheng asked his question, Li's heart stopped. This was the very young man who had disappeared in Tianhuang mine. He could not possibly be a mere astral projection unfamiliar with the world outside. If he truly were a sure Tao body, how could he know current affairs so intimately? That realization sent Li's heart spinning. He inhaled sharply, gathering every ounce of self-control he possessed. Despite his shock, he could not let Ye Cheng wait. Drawing a steadying breath, Li began a concise account of recent events. "Shortly after you and your party descended into the ancient mine," Li said, voice calm but urgent, "the second spiritual energy wave across Beihuang Shenzhou reached its peak. Ley lines flared in the sky, and cultivators all over the land felt its tremors. At the same time, several prominent sects moved to secure passage to the mine's core. They know, or suspect, that something monumental is stirring deep below." Ye Cheng listened silently, his brow darkening with every word. Though the report was brief, its implications were heavy. The mine's secrets had drawn far more attention than he had anticipated. And now, with the world's cultivators closing in, whatever lay buried in those tunnels could change the fate of all Beihuang Shenzhou if they survived long enough to uncover it. Chapter 11. The Great Surge. In just 6 months, Shenzhou underwent a transformation as profound as any in its history. The ambient spiritual energy throughout the land swelled to nearly 10 times its former density, propelling every cultivator's power to unprecedented heights. One after another, practitioners broke through to the Domain Master realm. Those who had already achieved that rank, having spent years refining their fields, leveraged the surge to soar even higher, unleashing the full extent of their potential and forging pocket worlds of their own. Among them, Domain Master Ye Cheng completed his ascension into the Dao Master realm, joining an ever-growing cadre of legendary figures. Meanwhile, rumors spread like wildfire about the 3 supreme holy orders, War God Academy, 10,000 Spirits Tower, and Zhenwu Dao sect. Their grandmasters, long hidden in seclusion, were said to be on the cusp of shattering the Dominion barrier. Should they succeed, the tide of battle on the extraterritorial front, where Shenzhou forces had recently suffered setbacks, would be irrevocably reversed. For a brief moment, hope blazed bright across the realm. But that exhilaration proved fleeting. News of an even greater upheaval was about to shake every foundation Shenzhou had just begun to strengthen. Ye Cheng stood on the ramparts of Dawn City, gazing toward the distant Skygate. The air itself seemed charged with an almost electric tension. Ever since the second tide of spiritual energy swept through the northern wilderness, every cultivator in Shenzhou had grown stronger overnight. But that same surge had sounded the alarm for the demons and chaotic tribes beyond the border. Sensing their own weakening grasp on power, they'd thrown caution to the wind and massed every soldier they could muster for a direct strike on the Skygate. The acting city lord's voice cut through the restless wind. Remember, Shenzhou's frontier was once secured by 3 lines of defense. When we established the 3 supreme sanctuaries, the War God Academy, the Zhenwu Dao sect, and Wanling Tower, the first Lin, he had already fallen. Those sanctuaries were our immediate response to that breach, great citadels forged by ancient gods and titans of the northern wilderness. Ye Cheng swallowed hard as the city lord continued. Now, only 3 months ago, the second line, the outlying fortresses encircling our domain, collapsed under the enemy onslaught. Today, they bring all their fury to bear at the Skygate itself. A hush fell over the assembled officers. Ye Cheng's heart pounded in his chest. With 2 defenses gone, the fate of Shenzhou hung on this final stand and on every cultivator's resolve to hold the line. The command chamber was heavy with tension. The acting city lord leaned forward, his voice tight with anxiety. Shenzhou's border, the very last line of defense, is barely holding. He met Ye Cheng's gaze. We've pressed every master above the Saint King realm from the major sects into service, sending them north to stem the tide of demons and chaotic races beyond our domain. And yet what? Ye Cheng asked, his tone steely. The city lord hesitated, then whispered, 3 months ago, we received word, alongside the battle report of our second line's fall, that Zhenwu City had been lost. They'd written it off as rumor, but the truth is far worse. Zhenwu City, once the keystone of the second line's defense and the rallying point for Shenzhou's greatest northern warriors, has plunged into chaos. Every day it's besieged by powerful foes from beyond our borders. In Beihuang Shenzhou, the most illustrious of these cultivator powers is the Zhentian Dao sect, birthplace of Yuan Shengyu. Its leader, the Zhentian Lord, is the elder brother of the Zhenwu Dao sect's current master, who also reigns as the Tianwu Lord of the heavenly martial divine dynasty. For countless ages, Shenzhou has depended on 9 immortal masters, each one vowed to conceal their true strength while safeguarding the realm. Their united prowess kept extraterritorial demons and chaotic races at bay, allowing Shenzhou's inhabitants to endure wave after wave of relentless assaults. Yet this time, the enemy unveiled a tactic none had foreseen. At the very outset of battle, a vast chaos gate was rent open above Zhenwu City, swallowing it in a maelstrom of disorder. Stranded far from the 9 masters, the city's secondary defenses were leaderless, and when leadership faltered, the lines collapsed almost instantly. Ye Cheng stood among the gathered officials, silent as the acting city lord cleared his throat and addressed the tense audience. "We received encouraging news from the third heavenly gate just a month ago," the city lord announced. "The prison city, where our 9 masters made their stand, has neither fallen nor been destroyed. Instead, it's rooted itself deep within the Chaos Sea, stalling the main forces of the Chaos race and the extraterritorial demons, and preventing almost all of their lords from advancing." A ripple of relief passed through the hall. "With the prison city intact," he went on, "neither the Chaos race nor the extraterritorial demons, and certainly not their lords, can breach our defenses here at the third heavenly gate." Yet despite the hopeful report, his voice betrayed a lingering anxiety. If the 9 masters remained tied down in the Chaos Sea, who would lead the defense? At this moment, the enemy had already flooded through the breach, sending over 100 Dao lords against them. On Shenzhou's side, the second surge of spiritual energy had uplifted thousands of domain lords and hundreds of realm lords. But among them, only 30 to 50 warriors had the power, or the potential, to become Dao lords themselves. Against an enemy armada led by scores of true Dao lords, those numbers felt perilously insufficient. Ye Cheng tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. The fate of the third heavenly gate, and perhaps all of Shenzhou, hung in the balance. Ye Cheng stared out over the battlefield, heart heavy. Neither the seasoned champions nor the mid-tier warriors could hope to match the ferocity of the Chaos race the extraterritorial demons. At best, they managed a tenuous stalemate, but only just. Prison City had become lost amid the roiling tides of the Chaos Sea. Though the 9 masters still held firm by virtue of their formidable cultivation, they no longer enjoyed the boon of the northern wilderness heavenly Dao that once bolstered them at Shenzhou's border. Here, in the yawning expanse of chaos, they stood and fell by their own strength alone. Against wave after wave of relentless chaos masters and extraterritorial demons, even the 9 masters could not endure indefinitely. 10 years, 20 years. What were such spans but a heartbeat in the grand sweep of war? The next generation of Shenzhou cultivators would barely have time to come of age before the city walls crumbled. Ye Cheng's jaw tightened. Once Prison City fell, it would spell the end for all of Shenzhou, and he would not let that happen. Chapter 564. The acting city lord never actually spoke the words, "thank you," but his tightened grip on the railing and the faint hope flickering in his eyes said everything. Ye Cheng offered no further comment. Having absorbed the latest intelligence, he turned on his heel and strode away at once, bound for the northern frontier. By now, every major sect in Shenzhou had dispatched its finest cultivators to bolster the border defenses. Even Xiao Yiren and Yi Ruoshui had emerged from seclusion to take their places on the front lines. News of Ye Cheng's return had spread like wildfire. If there was any chance of holding back the Chaos race and the extraterritorial demons, they would need him at their side. The acting city lord watched Ye Cheng's retreating form with a mix of gratitude and dread. He was well aware that a single late-stage master, even one as formidable as Ye Cheng, might not be enough to turn the tide. Yet as a loyal subject of Shenzhou, he dared not dwell on the worst outcome. Better one hero than none, he told himself. Swoosh! High above the continent, Ye Cheng streaked through the clouds like a falling star, his figure wreathed in a faint azure glow. Far below lay the jagged coastline of Beihuang, the gateway where the Chaos Sea would soon disgorge its invaders. The Chaos race and their demonic allies would emerge in droves, eager to carve a bloody path across Shenzhou's defenseless plains. Ye Cheng tightened his grip on his sword hilt. As one of the realm's few late-stage masters, he was determined to meet them head-on, even if the coming battle threatened to drain every ounce of his strength. Ye Cheng unleashed all 81 domains at once, enough power to challenge an average perfect realm master, and then tore across the sky. From the Thunder Realm outpost to the border defense line, an unknown distance he swallowed in a single day. Yet despite his incredible speed, Ye Cheng's face was grave. It wasn't merely the grim reports coming in from northern Shenzhou that weighed on him, but the sudden realization that every sanctuary he'd counted on was gone. The The Wandao Palace he planned to use was already out of his reach. Even the Dao Hall and Tiangong Pavilion were unavailable. According to the acting city lord, the Wandao Palace, the Dao Hall, Tiangong Pavilion, and even the War God Academy, along with all the other major northern wilderness sects, had committed their supreme Dao soldiers and legendary treasures to the defense of the Third Heavenly Gate. They now formed the key array nodes of Shenzhou's front line. Until the alien invaders were driven back, none of those forces could be withdrawn. And even after the invaders retreated, the Dao soldiers and their treasures would need a lengthy recovery before they could be deployed again. With every fortress locked down, Ye Cheng's options had vanished. He had outrun armies and outpaced masters, but now he faced a harsh truth. The only haven he'd hoped for had already been conscripted into the war, and there was no turning back. Ye Cheng shook his head and dismissed his earlier ambitions. He had planned to spend the next year or two in Wandao Palace, absorbing and refining the 9 supreme Dao fruits, but that scheme would have to be put on hold. "No matter," he murmured. "We'll just take it one step at a time." His present strength, after all, was more than enough to face any of the foreign champions now invading Shenzhou's borders. Centering his mind, Ye Cheng stepped forward into the borderlands, straight into the aura of the Third Heavenly Gate. The instant he crossed its threshold, a cold surge of killing intent flooded his senses, as if the land itself were sharpened into a blade. He extended his spiritual awareness and discovered why. Stretching out in every direction for billions of miles lay a single, vast formation. From north to south, it spanned millions of miles, from east to west, tens of millions, an expanse as boundless as any wilderness. And woven across its length were 180,000 fortified cities, each one a formatio, NI, anchoring the grand defense. Beneath every city pulsed a spiritual vein, one city, one vein, 180,000 in all, linking together to guard Shenzhou against any who dared penetrate its borders. Ye Cheng felt the weight of that immense power array settle in his bones, but he also recognized it as his first true trial. At the early nascent soul stage of cultivation, he had never faced a barrier like this. Yet he welcomed the challenge. Adjusting his stance, he let that sea of murderous energy wash over him, determined to break through and prove himself worthy of the task. Ye Cheng watched in awe as the spiritual meridians of every city in Beihuang Shenzhou converged at a single point, forming the colossal quasi-immortal array known as the Third Heaven Gate. Despite its name, this gate isn't a simple mountain pass or city barrier. It's an immense formation woven from the spiritual veins of 180,000 cities, the last bulwark defending the realm. As the Third Heaven Gate sprang to life, an unfathomable, forbidden divine power spread out like a vast holy light, enveloping every mile of the frontier. That divine energy blessed every living being and cultivator under Beihuang Shenzhou's protection, including Ye Cheng himself. He could feel his spiritual power and divine consciousness swelling inside him, fusing with the array's potency. Before this moment, Ye Cheng's strength had barely placed him among ordinary master-level cultivators. Now, infused by the Third Heaven Gate's aura, even a typical master might falter beneath the force of his sword. He closed his eyes, savoring the rush of power. And yet, even as he reveled in these newfound heights, he sensed that greater trials were still to come. Ye Cheng's divine consciousness quickly confirmed what he'd long suspected. The Third Heavenly Gate was far from omnipotent. Its chief purpose was simply to bolster Shenzhou's overall combat strength. To shore up its defenses, each of the 180,000 array cities had been equipped with a supplementary guard formation, preventing invading demons and chaotic legionnaires from bursting through the array and crippling the main Heavenly Gate array. But no array, no matter how well designed, could stop extraterritorial demons and chaotic forces from landing on Shenzhou's soil. Already, Ye Cheng had watched more than a dozen heavenly demon armies and chaos legions rampage within the gate's protective perimeter. These were not mere raiding parties, but fully mobilized warbands, each commanded by a domain lord-level figure, and fielding thousands of heavenly demons alongside just as many chaos warriors. If even one of these forces managed to break free of the guard zone and spill into the heartland of Shenzhou, Untold slaughter would follow, and no creature within the realm would be safe. Fortunately, although the quasi-immortal formation known as the Third Heavenly Gate could not prevent the enemy from ascending into Shenzhou, it did trap them inside its boundaries. Any Chaos Warriors or extraterritorial heavenly demons who passed through the gate found themselves unable to leave its confines, unless the entire formation collapsed. Trapped in this deadly corridor, they could lay waste only to the gate itself, never to spill out across the greater land of Shenzhou. Ye Cheng noted with approval that the 180,000 cultivators and allied creatures guarding the gate had not simply fallen back behind the walls. Many cities flung open their gates, and Shenzhou's greatest heroes led elite detachments out to intercept the invaders. Spearmen and swordsmen, archers and spirit beast riders, each unit charged forward in disciplined ranks, meeting the Chaos Corps and Demon Corps head-on. Huh? Ye Cheng muttered, his brow tightening as he swept his divine sense across the battlefield. In a narrow mountain pass to the west, a squadron of demonic infantry was swinging around the flank of Shenzhou's elite. Those defenders were already locked in a desperate stalemate with a Chaos Corps. If the demons broke through this position, they would roll the defenders from the rear, and Shenzhou might lose its strongest anchor in the pass. Ye Cheng's eyes gleamed. It was time to turn the tide. Ye Cheng's heart pounded. If his allies were surrounded, everything could turn against them in an instant. He'd faced the extraterritorial demons before, but he'd never even laid eyes on the Chaos Legion until now. Good, he murmured. Time to see what they're capable of. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang forward. In the blink of an eye, he vanished across the battlefield and reappeared directly before the Chaos Corps' leader, as silent and deadly as a wraith. A thunderous roar answered him. The Chaos Warriors were humanoid but for their dark blue scales. Where flesh should have been on their faces, there lay only intricate chaos runes, strange, looping sigils pulsing with otherworldly energy. During his years at the God of War Academy, Ye Cheng had studied the 5 invading chaos races, and he instantly recognized these as members of the Demon Rune clan, the foremost masters of divine assault. Shock rippled through the ranks at his sudden arrival, then disdain flared in their milky eyes. They sized him up, just a mortal Saint King, daring to challenge them. A human Saint King dares stand in our way? One sneered, voice like grinding stones. Ye Cheng's jaw set. He met the contemptuous stare with unwavering calm. I'm here to see what makes the Demon Rune clan legendary, he replied, and I won't step aside. The battlefield fell silent for the briefest heartbeat. Then chaos erupted. You really don't know how to live, or die. The Domain Lord-level warrior leading the Demon Rune clan sneered in a strange Shenzhou dialect. He didn't even bother to raise a hand against Ye Cheng. With a single dismissive wave, he summoned his deputy, a magic rune elite whose strength had also reached the Saint Lord pinnacle. Ye Cheng grimly recalled how, in previous skirmishes, several Shenzhou Saint Lords had fallen before such elites. Still wearing a bitter smile, Ye Cheng sprang into action. In response, the complex chaos rune carved across the enemy's face exploded with divine radiance. A surge of chaotic energy shot outward, streaking through the air toward Ye Cheng at impossible speed. The attack struck him in an instant, but to everyone's surprise, it caused no physical harm. The swirling power slipped right through his body and vanished into his sea of consciousness. A hollow, mocking laugh sounded overhead. Ha! 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 How could a mere wretch dare claim a place in this boundless world? The Domain Lord-level warrior taunted, confidence unshaken. Ye Cheng steadied his breath, every muscle tensed. He would not be so easily dismissed. The next move would decide who truly belonged here, and who would be swept away. Pay for your ignorance with your life, the Demon Talisman elite snarled, his lips curling in triumph as he unleashed his attack. But his victorious laughter died in mid-taunt. Deep within Ye Cheng's sea of consciousness, the faintly tainted soul stirred and opened its eyes. It merely glanced at the surging chaotic divine power, and in that instant, the energy shattered and dissipated like mist. It never touched Ye Cheng's body, and not even his soul could withstand a second look. Before the stunned elite could recover, Ye Cheng struck. His figure blurred through the air, appearing atop the enemy's head, and with a single, effortless palm strike, he crushed the perfected Saint Lord-level Demon Talisman Elite into a bloody pulp. Boom! At the same moment, he activated his heaven-swallowing Great Divine Technique. In one fluid motion, Ye Cheng drew out the Elite's entire lifetime of cultivation, condensed it into a single crystalline core, and swallowed it whole. The core dissolved within him, instantly nourishing his own power. With each breakthrough, Ye Cheng's might grew, and the summit of Saint Lord Perfection was now well within his reach. Although his opponents included masters at the peak of the Domain Lord and even Realm Lord Xianxia, the crystal core of the Tao fruit, carefully condensed from his lifelong cultivation, had hardly boosted Ye Cheng's strength. Still, as the saying went, every mosquito leg is still meat. He wasn't about to let the prize go to waste. Having just slain a Demon Talisman clan elite, Ye Cheng had fully apprehended their attack patterns. Confident that no surprises remained, he narrowed his eyes and summoned his will. A thunderous roar split the sky. In the blink of an eye, he condensed a vast domain overhead. Dark clouds swirled within its boundaries, and bolts of lightning danced like furious serpents. This was the Thunder Domain, one of the 81 domains in Ye Cheng's repertoire. Even at its first tier, its power surpassed that of a Tao Lord, capable of obliterating them with ease. With a single thought, he unleashed the domain. It crashed down upon the Demon Talisman clan's army in a blinding, ear-splitting torrent of lightning, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. The moment the domain collapsed, thousands of Demon Talisman clan elites, among them the clan's own Domain Lord Commander, didn't even have time to cry out. A bolt of lightning wiped them from existence, reducing their bodies to ash. Only their Tao fruit cultivation remained intact, crystallized into cores by Ye Cheng's divine power of sky swallowing. In the blink of an eye, he absorbed every one of those cores into his own body, ready for refinement. Across the battlefield, the remaining Shenzhou warriors, who had been locked in fierce combat with the Demon Talisman forces, stared in disbelief as the ash scattered on the wind. They had seen their comrades fall, but none had expected such instantaneous annihilation. Even as shock held them immobile, Ye Cheng felt a sudden shiver beneath his skin. Deep within him, the purple chi cauldron of all beings began to tremble, humming with newfound energy. "This can't be," he murmured, heart pounding. Magical currents he had never felt before were stirring inside him, as though something profound had just awakened. Chapter 565. Ye Cheng's eyes narrowed as a surge of divine luck radiated from his purple chi cauldron of all living beings. Brilliant motes of light coalesced into the purple luck chi he had previously condensed, streaming like liquid starlight into his sphere of power. With each pulse, the cauldron's elaborate carvings, long blurred by a stubborn, chaotic mist, grew steadily sharper. Beneath that mist lay 30,600 ancient runes, each a gateway to primordial might. No matter how many times the cauldron had transformed in Ye Cheng's hands, its runes had remained frustratingly indistinct, until now. In the very moment he annihilated the last of the demon rune army and drew in their lingering cultivation energy, his personal fortune spiked. The purple chi cauldron of all living beings shuddered in response, its veil of mist dissolving at last to reveal runes of unprecedented clarity and power. The shroud of chaotic mist that had long cloaked the surface of the purple chi cauldron of all living beings finally began to thin. At its center, 3 colossal characters emerged in shimmering relief. 10,000 Tao Sutra. Ye Cheng felt the cauldron vibrate beneath his palms, its vast reserves of purple chi roiling and swelling as if awakened from a deep slumber. From the surging energy, the ethereal form of an ancient true dragon coalesced, scales of violet light flickering into existence. At the same moment, 6 great divine powers within Ye Cheng stirred to life: Heaven Devouring, Heaven Creation, Other Shore, Mirage Dragon, Curse, and Chaos. Each power was bound to a mystical talisman, runes that quaked in unison under the dragon's looming presence. Through those talismans, the dragon's latent blessing flowed, amplifying powers already beyond mortal reckoning to impossible new heights. The purple chi cauldron thrummed with raw potential, and Ye Cheng, heart-pounding, knew this was only the beginning of a transformation that would reshape his destiny and the very fabric of the Tao. Take the heaven-swallowing great divine power, for example. Under Gu Yecheng's command, it did more than simply strike down enemies and absorb their cultivation crystal cores. He had it running day and night, siphoning divine energy from the Nine Masters' own cultivations to strengthen itself. Originally, though, its efficiency was pitiful, more like a tiny trickle than a true force. Without a support artifact, such as the 10,000 Dao Heavenly Palace, even if Gu Yecheng advanced in rank, it would still require 7 or 8 years to exhaust the Nine Masters' essence. But now that trickle has swelled into a roaring river. While the surge hasn't instantly elevated Gu Yecheng's cultivation level, the long-term payoff promises to dwarf any immediate breakthrough. An unexpected windfall, Gu Yecheng murmured, a slow smile spreading across his face. This is truly an unexpected windfall. Gu Yecheng drew in a steady breath, surprise shining in his eyes. Almost at once, he grasped the source of this change. It mirrored the time he'd slain the extraterritorial demons in the southern mysterious continent and been rewarded by the heavenly Dao. Now that the Chaos Race and those same demons had begun their invasion of the northern wilderness continent, the northern wilderness's heavenly Dao had likewise opened its own merit-reward channel, only this time the bounty was even richer than in the south. In the southern mysterious continent, the greatest gift from the heavenly Dao had been a copy of the Heavenly Destiny Atlas, a priceless tome said to draw fortune toward its owner. Here on the northern wilderness divine continent, however, the heavenly Dao dispensed luck itself. Any cultivator or creature who slew a heavenly demon or a member of the Chaos Race would be directly blessed, its favor manifesting as a palpable increase in fortune. For Gu Yecheng, this blessing arrived at the perfect moment, and it couldn't have been more to his liking. Chapter X, The Purple Chi Cauldron's Resurgence. A surge of fortune coursed through Gu Yecheng, sharpening every one of his senses. With luck, this strong, the Purple Chi Cauldron of all living beings can't help but perfect its transformation, he murmured, feeling the cauldron's power solidify. At the same time, the 10,000 Dao scripture, mystical runes carved into the cauldron's very core, began to heal at an astonishing rate. Though Gu Yecheng still didn't fully understand the scripture's ultimate effect, even the revival of 3 ancient seals had already propelled his divine might to new heights. This breakthrough was more than he dared hope for. The cauldron's heaven-swallowing great divine power, his most potent ability, was growing sharper and more efficient by the second. A slow smile spread across his face. Without the resources of the 10,000 Dao Palace, he had fretted that refining the Dao fruit of the Nine Lords would take endless cycles. Now, thanks to this windfall of luck, the process would be dramatically faster, and in their present crisis, speed was everything. Beihuang Divine Continent lay under the shadow of calamity, and Zhenyu City had already plunged into the Chaos Sea. Every passing moment threatened new dangers. But with his fortune breaking through every bottleneck, Gu Yecheng finally felt he might press forward and emerge victorious. The luck-based treasure he'd claimed from hunting powerful outsiders, combined with the all-living Purple Chi Cauldron, more than made up for Gu Yecheng's shortcomings. Gu Yecheng stood there, momentarily stunned. In the distance, the soldiers who had been locked in battle with the Demon Talisman clan finally blinked back to reality. They turned toward him, eyes wide with disbelief. "Who is this guy? I thought he was only a Saint King." What sort of Saint King can wipe out a domain master and annihilate an entire Chaos Legion in one fell swoop? Veterans who'd fought brutal battles outside the city walls prided themselves on their composure, but even they were speechless. The scene before them defied all expectation. Leading them, the domain master himself stood frozen, crimson lips parting as he tried and failed to form a word of thanks. His mind reeled, overwhelmed by shock. Since the second spiritual energy tide, the number of domain lords across the northern wasteland divine continent had already doubled, and now, in the wake of Gu Yecheng's single-handed victory, that growth seemed only the beginning. Every domain lord is a rare elite of the northern wasteland, crowning the hierarchy of the northern wasteland divine continent. Yet the beautiful domain lord, standing in the third heavenly pass, couldn't fathom which Saint King had just arrived, and why his presence felt so overwhelmingly terrifying. Before she could piece it together, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Master? You're back!" Ye Cheng paused at the sound of his name. A small smile curved his lips as he recognized the speaker. That's right. I've returned earlier than expected. I didn't think we'd run into each other here. He swept her with his spiritual sense and nodded in approval. You've made impressive progress since we last met, but your foundation still needs shoring up. In the Heavenly Pass battlefield, strength is everything. Yours could stand to be stronger. Don't worry, I'll help you. At those words, Ye Cheng flicked his sleeve. From the silky fabric burst a torrent of chaos divine water, nearly 10 kilograms in weight, that arced through the air and drenched the astonished cultivator. Clad in flowing red robes, her bright attire and stunning features glistened under the cascade, leaving no doubt that her master's return would reshape the fate of the Third Heavenly Pass. Beneath her crimson dress, her slender legs were barely concealed, but it wasn't her beauty alone that held the crowd spellbound. A vast, imperious aura radiated from her, and every cultivator nearby dared not show the slightest disrespect. To them, she was nothing less than a living goddess. Yet at this moment, her frosty composure cracked. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes as she looked at Ye Cheng, pure admiration shining in her gaze. Then she spoke a single word, "Master," and the onlookers' jaws dropped in disbelief. They had never imagined that this ethereal woman would bow to, much less address, someone so humbly. Before anyone could recover, all attention shifted to the shimmering stream of liquid that Ye Cheng summoned with a relaxed wave of his hand. It was chaos divine water, but not the ordinary kind. This came straight from the legendary Wanling Dao seed. Within it pulsed an abundance of life force, the most refined heaven and earth spiritual power, and even the forbidden light of a quasi-immortal formation. Such water was hundreds of times more precious than standard chaos divine water, a supreme treasure for any cultivator, worth almost as much as a sect master's most treasured weapon. In that single flowing stream lay the promise of unparalleled power and the envy of everyone present. The instant the mysterious treasure fused with the red-skirted cultivator's body, a thunderous boom ripped through the air. In that single heartbeat, it set her spiritual power into perfect order, polished her Tao foundation, and nourished her very soul. Her eyes flared with renewed light as her breath surged, and just like that, she transcended the initial stage of Saint Lord cultivation and soared directly into its perfected peak. How can this be possible? One senior observer gasped, unable to hide the shock in his voice. I've never seen anything accelerate a Taoist's breakthrough like this, another whispered, his face pale. What kind of treasure could hold such power? At the edge of the platform, Ye Cheng pressed a hand to his mouth, his mind racing. Only moments ago, the red-skirted cultivator had been struggling to consolidate her foundation. Now she stood with the calm confidence of a perfect Saint Lord. Even from a distance, her aura rippled through the courtyard, bending the evening light around her like a living cloak. All eyes turned to her, awe and envy warring in every gaze. Above them, the crimson clouds seemed to pulse with approval, as if heaven itself had ordained her ascension. Ye Cheng drew a steady breath, tightening his grip on the jade pendant at his waist. He had just witnessed a miracle, and he knew, without a doubt, that the fate of every cultivator in the realm had just shifted forever. Chapter 566. For a long moment, everyone in the courtyard stood frozen. Even the red-skirted cultivator's eyes widened in astonishment. Her cultivation surged so powerfully she staggered, as if reborn. It took her several deep breaths to steady herself before she dropped to her knees and kowtowed, her voice trembling with gratitude. Thank you, my lord, for your generosity. I am forever in your debt. Ye Cheng offered her a gentle smile. There's no need for formalities. Rise. He lifted a hand, weaving a strand of spiritual power around her and gently hoisting her to her feet. The woman in the scarlet skirt was no ordinary disciple. She was the Tian fire spirit, a being born from his own innate divine fire. Alongside Mu Fenchen and the others, she had been tasked with protecting the Gu family's holdings in the wilderness. But when the conflict reignited at the Third Heavenly Gate, word spread that the enemies had overrun their stronghold. Without hesitation, the Tian fire spirit had raced to Ye Cheng's side, sacrificing her safety to join the fray. Ye Cheng's eyes shone with reassurance as he placed a hand on her shoulder. Do not worry about our defenses, he said. Fellow Taoist Mu Fentian and the others remain in the wilderness. They will hold our lines until we return." With that promise hanging in the charged air, the cultivators relaxed, hope rekindled by their master's confidence and the power of his gift. "We're strong enough now to survive out here," Taiyan Huoling said immediately, sensing Ye Cheng's concern for the Gu household. Over the past 6 months, since the second surge of spiritual energy washed over the land, she and her companions have advanced by leaps and bounds. Mu Fentian and the others have all broken through to Saint King, while Taiyan Huoling herself, as the living incarnation of the primal divine fire, has astonishing talent. She shattered her previous limits and ascended into the realm of Saint Lord. Bolstered by this newfound power, Taiyan Huoling dared to charge headlong into the battle at the third heavenly gate, joining the defense against the alien invaders. There, she fully appreciated the enemy's might. Even as a fledgling Saint Lord, her combat prowess exceeds that of most peers, yet the extraterrestrial demons and chaos masters, many of whom are mid-stage Saint Lords, still outclass her individually. Fortunately, the third gate's amplification field magnifies her divine fire, allowing her not only to hold her ground, but often to triumph over foes stronger than herself. However, the enemy's ranks were vast. Countless extraterritorial demons and chaos masters swarmed the field. Beyond them stood tens of thousands of late-stage Saint Lords and even perfected Saint Lords. On the third heavenly gate's battleground, Taiyan Fire Spirit alone could never sway the entire conflict. Simply defending one of the Empire's 108,000 cities was already a tremendous burden. But everything had changed. With the aid of the Chaos Divine Water that Ye Cheng had entrusted to her, she had just felled a perfected Saint Lord in a single, devastating strike. Bolstered by the amplification of the Third Heavenly Gate's grand formation, her power now rivaled that of a Domain Lord, and she even dared believe she could defeat some of the weaker early-stage Domain Lords. "With strength like this, I shall never fail, my lord," Taiyan Fire Spirit cried, awe and determination blazing in her eyes. All around her, the other cultivators traveling in her retinue stared at Ye Cheng in newfound respect. Many of the male disciples, who had long worshipped Taiyan Fire Spirit as their living goddess, couldn't help feeling a twinge of jealousy when they saw the deference she showed him. Ye Cheng's frown of displeasure vanished the moment he waved his hand, and in an instant, the Taiyan Fire Spirit's cultivation soared to the perfected Saint Lord realm, as if no effort had been exerted at all. Even without considering Ye Cheng's own prowess, who among these cultivators could rival a single gesture his? Domain Lord Qinghu, who led the contingent guarding the Taiyan Fire Spirit, was even more astonished. Unlike the other cultivators, who still had not realized who stood before them, she possessed the experience and intelligence of a seasoned domain master. She knew exactly where the formidable figures under her command hailed from, and there was only one person in all of Shenzhou whom the Taiyan Fire Spirit would revere and address as its master. Her eyes widened as she took a step forward. "Seeing truly is believing," she said, her voice steady but charged with awe. "Hearing of you is one thing, but meeting you in person, I never expected to encounter your Highness Ye Cheng here." At a respectful bow, she added, "Your presence here is an honor. Congratulations, Your Highness, on breaking the seal and emerging from the ancient mine in such triumph." Though Ye Cheng's current cultivation level was only that of a Saint King, a rank technically beneath her own, Qinghu's deferential manner spoke volumes. The Shenzhou elites arrayed behind her exchanged astonished glances. They had heard rumors of the young saint's power, but to witness a domain master treat him with the reverence due an elder was to grasp just how extraordinary he truly was. As soon as Commander Qinghu uttered the title, His Highness Ye Cheng, and declared the seal broken, the assembled crowd froze in shock. They stared at Ye Cheng as though he were a specter, unable to believe their ears. "His Highness Ye Cheng?" someone whispered. "Isn't he the chief instructor of the God of War Academy? They say he's every bit as formidable as the Realm Master." "But didn't he vanish inside the Tianhuang ancient mine? If Commander Qinghu's words are true, could His Highness actually have escaped its depths?" A wave of astonished gasps rippled through the gathering. Ever since the Tianhuang mine was sealed, the clans that had ventured in returned with tales of Ye Cheng's exploits and of his supposed downfall. The Quinyu tribe and the Tian crocodile tribe had been eager to spread rumors that he'd been trapped and weakened by the mine's petrifying forces. Now, with Ye Cheng standing before them unbowed, their carefully crafted narrative was unraveling. The Lord of Qinghu territory, a proud scion of the ancient Moon Fox tribe, stood quietly surveying the battlefield. She was every bit as formidable as Quinyu or Tian crocodile, and she knew full well the private calculations of the various Taoist sects. Yet here they all were, undone by the very man they had written off. Ye Cheng stood before her, his cloak snapping in the wind, one hand outstretched to draw the shimmering chaos divine water from the ruined shrine. Behind him, the Taiyan fire spirit pulsed with renewed energy, its power crackling as it shattered the next barrier of its cultivation. The Lord of Qinghu could not help but admire the scene. No member of the God of War Academy could have produced such a treasure. Only someone who had delved into the deepest, most treacherous reaches of the Tianhuang ancient mine could have unearthed the chaos divine water and brought it back unscathed. A slow smile curved her lips. The schemes of the Taoist elders had failed once more. None of their spies had predicted this outcome: Ye Cheng's daring escape, his uncanny ability to gather lost relics, and now his decisive role in breaking the Demon Talisman clan's strength. She stepped forward, inclining her head with genuine respect. "Your Highness," she said, her voice clear and unwavering, "I offer you my deepest thanks. Without your intervention, these powerful members of the Demon Talisman clan would not have fallen today." Silence settled over the clearing as Ye Cheng regarded her. Even in victory, the road ahead promised new challenges, but for now, they had won. The grand warriors of Shenzhou, serving under the Lady of Qinghu, froze in place. Then, as one, they dropped to their knees. "Your Highness Ye Cheng," they intoned, "we are honored by your presence and profoundly grateful for your aid." Ye Cheng turned their bows with a slight, courteous smile, and was about to dismiss them when a faint hum drifted from his purple chi cauldron. His eyes brightened at the sensation. With a graceful flick of his wrist, he unleashed 3,600 shafts of scintillating light from his sleeves. Each ray solidified in midair into a single, gleaming vial of chaos divine water. The assembled elites, every one of them, including the Lady of Qinghu herself, found a precious bottle at their feet. A low murmur of astonishment swept through the ranks. The Lady of Qinghu, usually so composed, stared at her vial in wide-eyed amazement. "Your Highness," she began, her voice barely steady, "what is the meaning of this gift?" She fully understood the value of chaos divine water. A single vial could almost equal half her personal fortune. And yet Ye Cheng had just bestowed one upon each of the 3,600 finest warriors of Shenzhou, as though it were a mere trinket. Her heart raced with gratitude and disbelief at his extraordinary generosity. The Qinghu territory lord's eyes widened in surprise. Ye Cheng met her gaze with a faint smile, waved away her Yi, and said, "It seems fate has brought us together. Now that my Taiyan serves in your ranks, I trust you'll watch over her. And with the alien forces massing on our borders, all cultivators of Shenzhou must stand united." He reached into his robe and produced a small jade vial. "This is chaos divine water, my gift to you. If you wish to thank me, then let it be by fighting bravely on the Tianguan battlefield." Before the Qinghu lord could reply, the 3,600 Shenzhou warriors under her command, men and women alike, fixed their eyes on Ye Cheng. Their gazes shone with crimson fervor and deep respect. In a single, thunderous voice, they bowed and answered, "Yes, Lord Gu. We will obey His Highness's orders and live up to his expectations." The soldiers' unified shout echoed through the hall, bringing Lord Qinghu firmly back to her senses. She began to step forward in gratitude, but a gentle hand on her arm stayed her motion. "No need for formalities," said Ye Cheng with a reassuring smile. "Let us begin the refinement of this chaos divine water at once. I'll remain by your side and lend whatever support I can." At his words, the gathered cultivators discarded their hesitation. Each one settled into a focused stance, drawing on inner chi to guide the strange crackling energy within the jade vial. The room filled with the hum of spiritual power as the elixir's currents danced and whirled more vigorously than any of them had anticipated. Lord Qinghu's eyes widened. She had long believed this single bottle of Chaos Divine Water to be nearly half her entire fortune, yet now, witnessing its raw, untamed strength, she was struck with awe. Even if she liquidated every last coin in her treasury, she doubted she could purchase another vial of comparable potency. Around her, the other cultivators exchanged astonished glances, but Ye Cheng remained the picture of calm. His steady presence and quiet confidence held the group together, guiding their collective will as they pressed on with the refinement. In that moment, it became clear that under his leadership, even a treasure as extraordinary as the Chaos Divine Water could reach its fullest potential. Ye Cheng had slain 9 masters in the heart of the ancient mine, and in doing so, he seized an opportunity that Tai Huang Immortal's son in the immortal realm had been scheming toward for hundreds of thousands of years. The payoff was staggering. Just the 9 Wanling Dao fruits alone would have made his fortune soar. The real windfall came from the single Wanling Dao seed. Inside that seed lay over 10 million jin of Chaos Divine Water, more than most masters, quasi-immortals, and even many true celestial or golden immortals ever accumulate in a lifetime. Of course, Ye Cheng's body could only refine 2 to 3 million jin at most before reaching its absorption limit. He planned to dedicate another 2 to 3 million jin to bolster his sane trusted disciples and to ensure the future strength of the Gu clan's younger generation. Even after all that, he would still have roughly 3 million jin of Chaos Divine Water left untouched, ample reserves to cultivate powerful spiritual fruits and rare spirit plants in the days to come. For Ye Cheng, only the innate spiritual root of Wanling Daoguo or a true fairy-level elixir could meaningfully advance his cultivation. Mortal realm spirit fruits and roots were no longer of any consequence to him. Refining them into pills would yield tiny, almost negligible gains. His vast reserve of 3 million kilograms of Chaos Divine Water had therefore lain dormant, seemingly worthless before he entered the fairyland. He also assumed that once inside, he'd readily replenish his supply and never miss what he'd left behind. Yet to his surprise, that useless stockpile suddenly proved invaluable. As he pondered this turn of events, Ye Cheng summoned the Taichu ancient scroll and instructed Qinghu and the other alchemists to refine every drop. In short order, all 3,600 vials of Chaos Divine Water were perfected. Infused with this refined essence, every cultivator in the Qinghu core, no matter whether of the 10,000 races or human, felt their strength swell as never before. Their foundational qi had been completely restructured, and those who had long been stuck at a bottleneck now erupted through their limits, one after another. Even Lord Qinghu himself soared from the early to the mid-stage of Domain Lord Cultivation, his strength ascending so dramatically that it effectively saved him a millennium's worth of painstaking training. No sooner had the last drop of divine water been absorbed than every cultivator's realm exploded upward. In that very moment, the purple qi cauldron of all living beings nestled within Ye Cheng's dantian trembled with a low, resonant hum. From its depths sprang an uncanny, ethereal link, instantly binding the cauldron to every member of the Qinghu core, from Lord Qinghu himself to the 3,600 Shenzhou elites. Chapter 567. With this new bond, the Qinghu core will slaughter demons and aliens across the Tianguan battlefield, and in return, receive the blessing of the Northern Wilderness Heavenly Dao's fortune. And I, too, will share in that blessing, boosting the purple qi cauldron's life-transforming efficiency for all beings. In an instant, Ye Cheng had gained 3,600 devoted subordinates, among them the formidable domain lord of Qinghu, a true leader on the Tianguan front. And all it cost him was 300 kilograms of Chaos Divine Water, a mere drop compared with his vast reserves. As he reflected on the bargain, a surge of power flowed through him. The Qinghu domain lord, eyes shining with adoration, could hardly contain his excitement. He looked at Ye Cheng with affectionate reverence and perhaps even a touch of envy for the Taiyan fire spirit's own favor. Ye Cheng's handsome, immortal-like features, unmatched talent, and impeccable calligraphy had already won him profound respect. Now, with this alliance sealed, both his strength and his influence would only continue to grow. Ye Cheng raised his hand, channeling over 10 kilograms of chaos divine water into the core of the Taiyan fire spirit. A brilliant glow erupted as the spirit beast's power surged. Its breakthrough was now inevitable. Lord Qinghu, watching in awe, felt his heart pound with excitement. If he'd had the chance, he would have knelt on the spot and begged to become Ye Cheng's disciple. But before anyone could celebrate, a deep roar thundered in the distance. The triumphant atmosphere shattered. "What's going on? Where did the Demon Talisman clan's forces disappear to?" one of Qinghu's officers cried out. On the horizon, a company of off-world demons materialized, reinforcements meant to join the Demon Talisman Legion and trap Lord Qinghu's troops in a pincer. Though they'd hastened all the way, they'd misjudged Ye Cheng's speed. "Your Highness, please fall back. Let us handle these fiends," another aide shouted, drawing his sword with eager anticipation. Lord Qinghu rubbed his hands together, a fierce grin spreading across his face. But Ye Cheng offered an apologetic smile. "Fellow Taoist, I'm afraid it's a little late for that." "Huh?" Lord Qinghu blinked, confusion and a flicker of alarm flashing in his eyes. Before Ye Cheng could even react, a storm of pure thunder gathered above the heads of the extraterritorial demons, coalescing into a pillar of blinding light. At his command, the divine bolt descended with a deafening crack. The demons didn't have time to shriek before the energy incinerated them into ash, leaving nothing behind but their crystalline cores. Ye Cheng swept them up in an instant, each one a potent morsel for his cultivation. 2 days later, Ye Cheng stood at the gates of Ye Cheng. Among the empire's 180,000 cities, Ye Cheng ranked among the largest and most strategically vital, and its population of cultivators reflected that importance. Masters of the domain realm were permanently stationed here, while patrols led by Third Realm masters kept watch over the surrounding lands. Wounded or exhausted warriors from the front lines always returned to a city of this size to rest and recover. Inside the bustling walls, the battle merit board updated in real time, chronicling every heroic deed and hard-fought victory. God list, Saint list, and Hidden Dragon list. Moon City Square buzzed with excitement as Ye Cheng stood before the massive announcement wall. Hands clasped behind his back, he tilted his head to take in the 3 colossal rosters, each name inscribed in shimmering characters against the polished stone. A confident smile played at the corners of his mouth. The God list was at the top, reserved for those who had reached the Tao level, domain masters, and higher. Below it hung the Saint list, honoring the mightiest cultivators of the Saint Tao realm. And newly unveiled beneath them was the Hidden Dragon list, celebrating the emerging geniuses who'd not yet ascended to the Saint level. These weren't mere local ranking S, they were bound to the heavenly Tao of the northern wilderness continent itself. Each list held exactly 300 slots, 900 in all. It sounded generous, but the reality was daunting. Every demon slain beyond the borders, every chaotic alien force crushed on the vast expanse of the Tianguan battlefield, was meticulously logged by the northern wilderness heavenly Tao. No feat went unrecorded. Across the countless battlefronts, more than 10 million cultivators vied for a place on these illustrious rosters. Ye Cheng's heart quickened. With such fierce competition, earning a spot here was the mark of true greatness. He straightened his shoulders and prepared himself. His chance to prove his worth to the entire continent had finally arrived. 10 million. All of them the finest talents of the divine continent, each a 1 in 100,000 prodigy, some even rarer at 1 in a million. Compared to ordinary cultivators, their value was beyond measure. Even the lowest ranked among these elites possessed strength and potential that far outshone the rest of the realm. But demons were overrunning the land, and chaos reigned in the heavens. No matter how formidable the heavenly Tao of Shenzhou might be, it could only log military merits. It couldn't update the 3 supreme merit rankings in real time. Those standings were refreshed only when cultivators entered a major hub like Ye Cheng, where each half-month the city announced the official merit lists and the Tao then revised every warrior's records. Ye Cheng reviewed this information in his mind as he made his way into Ye Cheng's central square. He walked with calm purpose, hands clasped behind his back. When he reached the heart of the plaza, he looked up at the wide sky above the city gates, where banners fluttered in the wind and anxious whispers rippled through the crowd. Somewhere beyond those walls, the next ranking update, and perhaps the next great battle, awaited. Ye Cheng barely looked up from his notes when the giant merit board flickered to life. There, in glowing characters, was his name, ranked 100th on the holy list with 323,000 points. He murmured the figures under his breath, expressions steady and solemn. In his own reckoning, he'd only slain 9 alien legions in the past 2 days, the final 2 alongside the Qinghu Corps after he reunited with Taiyan Huoling. Yet 323,000 points was enough to vault him onto the Holy List's leaderboard. That alone spoke volumes about the invulnerability of these otherworldly foes and the terrifying risk of each successful strike. Around him, the crowd erupted in whispers and astonished gasps. None had expected to see Ye Cheng's name here. He'd only just arrived at the Tianguan battlefield. How had this newcomer amassed such staggering merit so swiftly? As the onlookers crowded forward for a better glimpse, Ye Cheng closed his eyes for a moment, steeling himself for the battles still to come. Ye Cheng Square, Tianguan battlefield. They say he's only been on the Tianguan battlefield for half a month, yet he's already climbed to 100th place on the Saint list. Who exactly is this Ye Cheng? A murmur rose through the crowd. Nearly every top-ranked fighter had been campaigning here for over a month, some for more than 2. They've had weeks, even months, more time than Ye Cheng to rack up military merits, yet he's leapfrogged them all. No wonder his name has become the hottest topic in Ye Cheng Square. Do you think he might be the chief instructor from the God of War Academy? Someone suggested, recalling the rumors of Ye Cheng's past feats. The idea caught fire instantly. If it really is Ye Cheng, then cracking the top 100 makes perfect sense. And it won't be long before he jumps right off the Saint list and onto the God list, another onlooker predicted with a nod. At that, a skeptical voice cut through the excitement. The God list? Ha! Only legends belong there. Let's see if this rookie can stay in the top 100 for another week. Despite the doubt, everyone knew the battlefield stirred up miracles and monsters. Whether Ye Cheng was a prodigy or a phantom, his meteoric rise had already rewritten the rules of engagement tonight. What a joke! A thunderous voice rolled across the clearing, echoing like a distant war drum. The speaker stood tall in a surprisingly human guise, except for 2 pairs of gleaming golden horns crowning his head, between which a flickering flame danced. He exuded utter arrogance. No one dared openly disagree with him. Whispers spread through the onlookers. This was the supreme elder of the fire-horned wild bull clan, a perfect domain master who had advanced to the 3rd realm and could make his presence felt even among realm masters. Understanding dawned on every face. The fire-horned wild bull clan and the Kui Nu clan were not only longtime allies, but also in-laws. The next-generation heir of the fire-horned wild bulls was betrothed to a female prodigy of the Kui Nu tribe. That young woman's brother was Tianyu Kui Nu, the same cultivator whom Ye Cheng had crippled. Naturally, the fire-horned elders bore Ye Cheng a deep grudge and were determined he shouldn't steal the spotlight today. Chapter 7. The Fire-Horned Bull Clan's Disdain. The basalt walls of the Fire-Horned Bull Clan's council hall seemed to close in as the elders exchanged scornful glances. Elder Long Rui broke the silence first, his voice heavy with contempt. Ever since Ye Cheng's original body was trapped in the Tianhuang ancient mine, every treasure he carried has turned to smoke and vanished. His fighting strength cratered. He's barely a late-stage Wuji lord now. Elder Hua Jin gave a slow nod. He's only just decided to abandon that crippled form and recondense himself through the other shore Dao body technique. On the surface, it looks like a breakthrough and rebirth, but in truth, his hesitation cost him 2 golden opportunities. Elder Wang Feng leaned forward, a mocking grin on his lips. First, he missed the peak of the 2nd spiritual energy wave 3 months ago, throwing away a quarter year of explosive growth. Second, he arrived late at the Tianguan battlefield. Many on the God list have already been fighting there for over 2 months, piling up battle merits and sharpening their skills. Ye Cheng is behind by more than 2 months. Long Rui folded his arms and glanced around the chamber. Without those 2 advantages, he actually thinks he can make a dent in the God list? I wouldn't wager a copper coin on him cracking the top spot of the holy list. As their laughter echoed off the walls, the Firehorn Bull clan's elders stared at the empty center of the hall, where Ye Cheng should have been making his case. Instead, he was still trapped in the ancient mine, stripped of his treasures, and forced back to a frail, nascent power. And now, stripped of both fortune and time, he would have to prove himself from scratch. The crowd fell silent as they listened. Everyone here knew the Firehorn Bull clan's fearsome reputation, and no one dared challenge the elder's praise of Ye Cheng. In fact, the more they heard him speak, the prouder the elder grew. Just as he settled into his triumph, a thunderous crack echoed through the hall. Before anyone could react, a massive hand shot forward, scooping the elder up like a helpless chick. The older man's confident smile froze on his lips as he dangled in midair. Calmly, Ye Cheng stepped forward, his gaze cold and unbroken. Whether I'll claim the top spot on the saint list and earn my place among the gods remains to be seen. But you, he said, peering down at the flustered elder, when will you stop mocking me and actually test your strength? Chapter 568. Ye Cheng, why are you here? The Firehorn elder's voice trembled. He stared at the hand gripping his wrist, at the unmistakable aura radiating from it, Ye Cheng's energy. A wave of regret crashed over him. Had he known Ye Cheng was on the island, he would never have spoken so boldly or acted so arrogantly. But the moment for regrets had passed. Ye Cheng's dark eyes were ice-cold as he tightened his grip. The Firehorn elder ground his teeth. Ye Cheng, don't be hasty, he spat, trying to sound defiant. Our world is under siege by the alien hordes. If you kill me now, the allied races will unite against you. Even heaven itself might strike you down. Heaven's punishment? Ye Cheng's lips curved into a cold smile. He channeled his spiritual force, and instantly, the Firehorn elder felt every scrap of luck and blessing he'd gathered from hunting those demonic aliens these past 2 days drain out of him like water through a sieve, only to pour into Ye Cheng. Over the same 48 hours, while Ye Cheng had been single-handedly hunting demon invaders, he'd also crossed paths with, and gradually won over, several of the God of War Academy's fiercest warriors. Their power now flowed through him, swelling his presence to a level that utterly dwarfed the Firehorn elder. The elder's face paled. He realized too late that he'd underestimated his quarry, and that his own fortunes had been transferred, lock, stock, and barrel, into Ye Cheng's hands. He employed exactly the same techniques he'd used on the Qinghu Legion, purging their bodies of impurities, restoring their essence and marrow, and then fortifying them with chaos divine water. More than that, he forged a metaphysical bond with each member. Their demon-hunting expeditions not only honed their skills, they also accelerated the transformation of Ye Cheng's purple chi cauldron of all living beings, and sped the revival of the 10,000 Tao Sutra. 2 days later, Ye Cheng's personal war merits stood at just over 300,000, but the 10,000 Tao Sutra had leapt from nothing but its title to more than 30 distinct passages. Even more significantly, the cauldron unlocked a brand new function, fortune plundering. With it, Ye Cheng could forcibly draw the purple chi of luck from any cultivator whose fortune was weaker than his own, and instantly channel that luck into himself. The only drawback was a mandatory 10-day cooldown before he could use it again. Until now, Ye Cheng had been loath to waste such a powerful ability on anything less than a truly decisive opportunity. But when the fearsome Firehorn elder appeared on the field, he decided it was the perfect moment to test this new trick. And what happened next? Even Ye Cheng had to admit it was an unexpected and spectacular surprise. Ye Cheng hadn't just seized all the fortune the Firehorn elder had painstakingly amassed on the Tianguan battlefield. He'd gone further, forcibly extracting the elder's very essence of luck and channeling it into the purple chi cauldron of all living beings. And make no mistake, this Firehorn elder was no lightweight. He had already mastered 3 realms as a domain master, with the potential to ascend to the Tao Lord level. In both the Nanshuan and Beihuang territories, he stood out as a top-tier genius and a prodigy blessed by fate. The reservoir of luck he carried was equivalent to the boon one might earn by slaughtering 100 alien legions. What astonished Ye Cheng even more was what happened after he'd completely drained that wellspring of fortune. He found that he was uniquely linked to the purple Qi cauldron itself, a bond unlike anything he'd experienced when sharing luck with the Qinghu Legion and the others. Their blessings had been granted by the Northern Wilderness Heavenly Tao, extras layered onto Ye Cheng's own reserves. But this newfound connection went deeper. It was as if the cauldron and he had become one, the fate of each entwined with the others. The Qinghu Legion had claimed the same fortune as the heavenly demon it had slain, and none of it would fall into Ye Cheng's hands. But the bond tying the Firehorn Elder to the purple Qi cauldron of all living beings worked very differently. By virtue of that potent fate link, at the next desperate struggle on the Tianguan battlefield, against both heavenly demons and other warring races, the Northern Wilderness Heavenly Tao would shower Ye Cheng with extra blessings. Even more insidious, nearly all of the Elder's hard-won luck would be forcibly siphoned off through this connection, feeding Ye Cheng's own reservoir and leaving the Firehorn Elder with only a fraction of his rightful reward. After all his toil and risk, so little would remain for him. Ye Cheng felt the bonds tug deep in his bones, and surprisingly, found himself with a fleeting pang of sympathy for the Firehorn Elder. But it vanished almost as soon as it came. As he harvested that accumulated fortune, he fully understood why the Elder's military record was so illustrious and why his store of luck was so vast. It had never been gathered by the Elder alone. Most of the elite fighters of Shenzhou had followed the Firehorn Elder into countless battles, charging headlong into the fray and reaping victory after victory. Their daring exploits won them not only renown, but powerful blessings of fortune, gifts that seemed to guarantee victory on every field of combat. Yet today, their arrogance has been met with a ruthless reckoning. Ye Cheng stood a short distance away, his expression calm. Inside, he fought back a smile. The Firehorn Elder still didn't understand how Ye Cheng's new technique, known only as the Luck Heaven Lock, had turned his own fortune against him. He hadn't even sensed the invisible chain binding his luck until it was too late. Now, though, the Elder writhed in agony. There was no pain more excruciating than having one's destiny torn away. All of the Firehorn Elder's accumulated luck, his battle-hardened confidence and every ounce of blessing he'd gained over the years, was being siphoned out of him, absorbed by Ye Cheng. His future cultivation path, once paved with assured success, would now be strewn with obstacles. What had seemed a sure ticket to the Realm Master threshold was now unthinkable without centuries, maybe millennia, of arduous effort. And he had Ye Cheng to thank for it. A tremor ran through the Firehorn Elder's limbs. His vision blurred. Every nerve felt aflame. He had charged into battle countless times, facing down demon armies and foreign invaders without a second thought. Yet his greatest foe had turned out to be this unassuming young man, seemingly frail, with an inscrutable glint in his eyes. Ye Cheng took a single deliberate step forward. The invisible lock around the Elder's luck tightened, and the Elder's knees buckled. He sank to the ground, clutching at the earth as though it might save him. But the soil crumbled through his fingers, powerless to stem the void in his heart, where his destiny had once resided. "You," the Elder gasped, voice barely more than a whisper. "What have you done to me?" Ye Cheng's gaze was unwavering. "I've taken what you misused to oppress the weak. Your so-called blessings were built on the backs of countless lives. Now your future is as uncertain as the luck you stole from others." A final, jagged breath escaped the Firehorn Elder. He trembled, not from the pain, though that was immense, but from the cold realization that his grand ambitions lay in ruins. No thunder tribulation would grant him ascension now. He would need untold centuries to rebuild what had been lost. As Ye Cheng turned away, the gathered warriors of Shenzhou watched in stunned silence. The arrogance of the Firehorn Elder had been shattered, and a new power, quiet, unyielding, had revealed itself. The battlefield, which had once echoed with triumphant cries, now fell silent under the weight of a single lesson. No one undervalues another's fate with impunity. Wait. Under Ye Cheng's cold, unconcerned gaze and the overwhelming pressure he left radiated, the Firehorn clan elder couldn't even finish his protest. He bowed his head in shame and turned to leave. But just as his back was to Ye Cheng, a soft, regretful sigh echoed through the air. "What a pity," Ye Cheng murmured, as if speaking to himself. "If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have wasted this trick on him." The elder froze in his tracks. Ye Cheng's words wounded him more deeply than any physical blow. The luck lock, born of the newly perfected luck-plundering technique in the all-living purple chi cauldron, had been an astonishing breakthrough. In Ye Cheng's eyes, such a formidable skill deserved a far more worthy target, ideally an elder of the Queenyu clan, or better yet, the Sky Crocodile clan's chief, where the yield of fortune would be immeasurably greater. To think he'd squandered it on a mere Firehorn elder was a blow to his pride even harsher than death. Humiliated beyond measure, the elder's conviction in his path of Tao wavered on the brink of collapse. Ye Cheng had intended to rest in Ye Cheng for a day or two, to calm his spirit after the recent turmoil. But after the way things unfolded in Moon City Square, he no longer had the face to stay. Without a backward glance, he launched himself skyward and vanished beyond Ye Cheng's borders. Only a handful of monks remained behind in the square, staring at the spot he'd occupied, their eyes wide with awe. "Prince Ye Cheng truly is as powerful as the rumors claimed," one of them murmured. "With a single flick, he subdued the elder of the Firehorn clan," another added. "If you hadn't seen it yourself, you'd never believe a mere Saint King could do something like that." Incredible. Absolutely incredible. And to be fair, the Firehorn clan elder was no slouch. Born into privilege, he had refined his own strength to perfection. As a consummate domain master blessed by the three realms, he could rival the former Sky Crocodile clan leader, Crocodile Yue, and stand against late-stage realm masters with ease. Yet even he was effortlessly brought to heel by Ye Cheng's power. At the very least, any doubts that Ye Cheng's strength had been sapped by the death of his original body were now completely unfounded. With his current power, even joining the Heavenly Gate 2 months after everyone else posed no real obstacle to catching up with, and even surpassing the masters already on the divine ranking. No sooner had this been whispered among the onlookers than the enormous hidden dragon list mounted on the central wall began to tremble. A column of golden light erupted from it, inscribing a new name into the top 10. Every head in the square tilted skyward. Even Ye Cheng spared a sidelong glance. When the glowing characters resolved into words, a satisfied smile curved his lips. Hidden Dragon List, 10th place, God of War Academy, Ye Cheng, Total Combat Merit, 180,000 points. Chapter 5 and 69. Ye Cheng's eyes brightened as he caught sight of his daughter's name in the 10th spot on the Hidden Dragon List. Around him, the spectators were anything but calm. Only a few days ago, Gu Yiren had joined the fray at the Tianguan battlefield, barely half a month of active participation, yet she'd already claimed a place among the elite. "The top freshman from the God of War Academy has quite the pedigree," someone murmured. "Prince Gu really does have an extraordinary daughter." Another voice followed, tinged with envy. "It's not just her talent, it's having a father like Prince Gu that's the real advantage." "If only my own father were as gifted as he is," a third competitor sighed, "perhaps I'd be up there too." Their whispered speculations rolled over Ye Cheng like distant echoes, but he paid them no mind. Pride warmed his chest, not only at Gu Yiren's remarkable progress, but at the promise of what lay ahead. He knew the Hidden Dragon List was fickle. Ranks could shift in an instant. Leaning forward, he studied the battlefield beyond the viewing platform. Young warriors clashed in bursts of elemental energy and martial technique, each demonstration a bid for greater prestige and power. Soon, he thought, his daughter would rise even higher. "Xiao Yiren has already broken into the top 10, he said softly, a smile tugging at his lips. "She'll climb further." Around him, challengers steeled themselves for the next round, driven by ambition, jealousy, or sheer determination. Ye Cheng, however, felt only unwavering confidence in Gu Yiren's potential, and in the bond that would carry her to heights even the Hidden Dragon List hadn't yet imagined. Chapter Hex, A Father's Resolve. Ye Cheng's jaw tightened. As a father, he wouldn't rest until he stood in the top 10 of the saint ranking, let alone breaking into the god tier. With that thought fueling him, he activated his bloodline sense and searched for the Gu family's signature resonance. It pulsed faintly to the northeast. Ling Cheng, a vast metropolis some 30,000 miles from Ye Cheng. Perfect. He could rush there, reunite with his daughter, and on the way, hunt down alien beasts to amass more military merits. Meanwhile, in Lingcheng Square, Xiao Yiren stood at the forefront of a proud assembly from the God of War Academy. Around her were top students and seasoned mentors, all eager to see the latest update to the Hidden Dragon list. When the holographic roster flickered on and her name settled at number 10, cheers erupted. The gathered elites exchanged delighted looks. Their protégé had secured her place among the realm's rising stars. A satisfied smile curved Ye Cheng's lips. Once he arrived, he would present Xiao Yiren with the Chaos Divine Water, elevating her strength even further. With resolve burning in his chest, he set off at once, ready to challenge every obstacle between him and his daughter. You've truly earned the title of Big Sister. Well done, young Yiren. These 3 leaderboards were more than mere accolades. They were tangible signs of heaven's favor. When the war finally ended, every cultivator who had claimed a spot on these lists would receive an extra boon from Northern Wilderness Heaven. Even more importantly, the number of disciples each major sect placed on the lists directly affected its prestige, especially for the War God Academy, the supreme holy land of martial cultivation. Whether it was the Hidden Dragon list, the Holy list, or the God list, coming up short in talent would deal a severe blow to the Academy's reputation. At present, the War God Academy boasted many names on both the Holy list and the God list, but on the Hidden Dragon list, only one Academy disciple had broken into the top 10, a prodigy carefully nurtured by Tiangong Hall, born into the Sky Crocodile clan's crocodile vein. Although the Academy's veteran students remained formidable, none yet matched that singular triumph. In the last spiritual energy surge, most disciples only advanced to the quasi-saint tier and fell short of qualifying F, or the Hidden Dragon list. As a result, Ares Academy found itself critically undersupplied with high-level heirs. Luckily, both the 10,000 Spirits Tower and the True Martial Dao sect were in the same boat. So long as each institution landed 1 or 2 disciples among the Hidden Dragon's top 10, the Grand Council would tolerate the shortage. Right now, Ares Academy's strongest representative was from the Crocodile Vein sect, and he stood in 9th place on the Hidden Dragon list, perilously close to being bumped out. The Academy needed someone to close the gap. Then, in just over 10 days, Xiao Yiren vaulted herself into 10th place. Her sudden rise was a huge relief. The hall erupted in applause for Ares Academy's newest top 10 contender. As the cheers died down, Xiao Yiren's eyes sharpened. On the sacred scroll, a new name had just appeared, Ye Cheng. He'd secured the 100th spot on the holy list. The Academy fell silent. Ye Cheng's entry was unexpected, but it marked him as one to watch. It's Dad! It's His Highness Ye Cheng. He actually came to the Tianguan battlefield. A ripple of excitement spread through the students and instructors of the God of War Academy. Faces lit up, and whispers of astonishment passed from one to another. But before anyone could rush forward, a cold, cutting voice drifted down from above. You're cheering for someone who's only 100th on the holy list. The tone dripped with disdain. God of War Academy, when did you become so shallow? All eyes snapped upward to see the speaker. A young man in a flowing black robe, his eyebrows slanted sharply and his narrow eyes filled with contempt. He hovered nonchalantly on a patch of drifting cloud, looking down at Ye Cheng and the Academy's champions as if surveying pests. Meng Nanshan, murmured a veteran cultivator beside them. One of the 3 prodigies of our generation from the Demon Peng clan. At the mention of his name, even the most confident cultivators fell silent. The Demon Peng clan's reputation was legendary. Long before the second tide of spiritual energy swept the realms, their ancestors had already elevated themselves to the pinnacle of power, masters of the realm among ancient gods. Their legacy of strength and dominance set them leagues above ordinary lineages. Now, in the swirling dust of the Tianguan battlefield, Meng Nanshan's cold gaze and lofty arrogance made it clear. He expected nothing less than absolute submission from everyone below. Yet as his mocking smirk flickered, Ye Cheng stood his ground, cloak billowing in the high-altitude wind. The challenge in those narrowed eyes promised that this encounter would be far from ordinary. As the second wave of spiritual energy surged through the land, the Demon Peng clan's cultivation foundation deepened even further. By now, they boasted 5 masters of the realm, and, most astonishing of all, their ancestor had broken through in a single bound to become a master of the way. In sheer power, they stood shoulder to shoulder with the deputy deans and deputy sect masters of the 3 sacred sects, figures like Ye Cheng, the domain master, though they still trailed slightly behind. Even so, their strength was more than enough to look down on the various Taoist schools that pledged allegiance to the 3 sacred sects. That confidence, or arrogance, depending on your perspective, ran deep among the younger generation of the Demon Peng clan, and none were more full of themselves than Peng Nanshan, one of the clan's 3 brightest prodigies. So when word spread that someone named Xiao Yiren had suddenly vaulted into 10th place on the potential dragon ranking, the clan's hotheads were livid. Originally, the number 10 spot had belonged to Peng Nanshan, known throughout the clan as the Demon Cloud Divine Peng, and no one believed a newcomer deserved to supplant him. As the murmurs grew louder, a veteran master leaned toward his companion and drawled, "So this Xiao Yiren, is he really the so-called top freshman from the God of War Academy?" His tone dripped with skepticism. Even among allied sects, no one expected the Academy's new student to be strong enough to topple one of Peng Nanshan's hard-earned honors. Yet the official ranking didn't lie. Xiao Yiren was now firmly embedded in the top 10, and the Demon Peng clan found themselves scrambling to make sense of it. Peng Nanshan folded his arms and surveyed the gathered cultivators with a scornful smile. "Judging by your current level, you're only at the Heavenly Emperor realm. If you ever hope to crack the top 10 on the Holy List, you'll need all the backing you can get from the teachers and students at the War God Academy." His gaze flicked to the illuminated rankings beside him. He zeroed in on one name and laughed, louder this time. "Ye Cheng, is it? The great prodigy everyone's been talking about? He's sitting at number 100. All these rumors about him being some unstoppable powerhouse. What a joke." A ripple of unease passed through the crowd. Peng Nanshan's words were like ice water poured over hot embers. He taunted, "Honestly, I thought this Ye Cheng was something special. Turns out he's just hype and hot air." From the front row, a cool voice cut through the murmur. "Why don't you say that again?" It was Xiao Yiren, her tone calm but edged with steel. Peng Nanshan's sneer dipped into a snarl. "You want me to repeat myself, little girl?" His eyes darkened, and the air around him seemed to thicken. In an instant, a low rumble echoed through the courtyard. Peng Nanshan drew a deep breath and unleashed the full force of his heavenly emperor-level cultivation. A wave of pure, concentrated spiritual energy radiated from his body, pressing against everyone in its path. Ordinary saints staggered under the onslaught, their faces paling at the raw power he displayed. Peng Nanshan stood at the center of that oppressive pulse, every bit the champion he claimed to be, confident, powerful, and utterly unafraid of anyone who dared to challenge him. But in the charged silence that followed, even he could not predict how the real battle would unfold. A hush fell over the courtyard. On the dais stood Peng Nanshan, heralded as the Demon Peng clan's prodigy, who despite only having reached the emperor level of cultivation, wielded power rumored to rival the saint level. Yet Xiao Yiren showed no sign of fear. If anything, her gaze grew icier still. "You're only an emperor," she snapped. "What gives you the right to disparage my father? Who exactly do you think you are?" Peng Nanshan curled his lips in a contemptuous sneer. "Not qualified? Little miss, you're the one underestimating yourself. Tell me, then who is qualified?" Before Xiao Yiren could answer, a ripple passed through the air behind Peng Nanshan. An elderly figure emerged, draped in the same shadowy robes of the Demon Peng clan. His hawk-like eyes glowed with a predatory chill that seemed to sink into the marrow of every onlooker's bones. "Child," the old man said softly, fixing his gaze on Xiao Yiren, "your father's reputation once held weight, but Shenzhou has changed in the last 6 months. His strength no longer turns the tide of battles." He exhaled, and the subtle pulse of his breath betrayed his true rank, early realm master. At that revelation, every student and instructor in the God of War Academy paled. None could recall ever seeing a realm master descend to challenge one of their own. Yet here he was, standing before Xiao Yiren, as if daring anyone to question his authority. Lingcheng Square fell deathly silent as the black-robed elder stepped forward. Dozens of pairs of eyes widened in shock, and whispers rippled through the crowd. That's Peng Yanzong, someone stammered. One of the 5 realm masters of the demon Peng clan. He serves as Peng Nanshan and Peng Moyan's commander. At the name Peng Yanzong, even the staunchest cultivators grew pale. Rumor held that he had broken through to the 4th tier of realm mastery and then perfected his cultivation, placing him at the very summit of the realm master perfection echelon. His power was said to be unmatched among all realm masters. Now, with such a force guarding Peng Nanshan from the shadows, it was no wonder the young prodigy had dared to swagger into the God of War Academy, bold enough to insult Ye Cheng himself. None dared challenge Peng Nanshan so long as Peng Yanzong remained concealed behind him. Even if Ye Cheng were here in person, he would think twice before crossing blades with a disciple under the protection of a realm master of Peng Yanzong's caliber. Chapter 570. A hush fell over Lingcheng Square as Peng Yanzong and Peng Nanshan materialized before the assembled crowd. No one dared speak as they gazed up, stunned by the sudden appearance of the 2 Peng clan elders. Sensing their advantage, Peng Yanzong and Peng Nanshan exchanged triumphant smirks. From the center of the square, Xiao Yiren glared upward, her fury palpable. Peng Yanzong laughed coldly. "What's the matter, little girl? Still not convinced?" Xiao Yiren squared her shoulders. "I'll say it again, your father may impress you, but to me, he's nothing but a relic of the past." Peng Yanzong's sneer deepened. He remembered how his eldest son, Peng Moyun, had seemed destined to claim the Mopeng clan's patriarchal mantle after winning glory on the Tianguan battlefield, until Xiao Yiren swooped in and shattered their plans, kicking Moyun clean off the list of candidates. The humiliation still stung, and he was determined to make her pay. He leaned closer, voice low and venomous. "Let me spell it out for you. Your father's spot at number 100 on the sacred ranking is pure luck, and don't delude yourself, he won't hold that place for long. He'll be expelled." Peng Yanzong's voice rang out across the plaza, but before he could finish, a surge of golden light burst from the sacred rankings board hanging high above everyone's heads. All eyes snapped toward it. Even Peng Yanzong glanced up, unease flickering in his gaze. When the illuminated name came into view, his face drained of color. It was Ye Cheng, and he'd claimed the 3rd spot on the rankings. For a heartbeat, the square fell silent. Then the disciples and instructors of the God of War Academy, Peng Yanzong's own school, erupted in laughter. Their senior mentors jeered without mercy, calling out, "Master Yanzong still got something to say?" They may not match his strength. Their strongest teacher had only recently reached domain master, but the Academy's reputation stood unshaken. Even if Peng Yanzong seethed with anger, he knew better than to strike out at them over a few cruel words. Peng Yanzong's face, already clouded with resentment, grew even darker at their taunts, tiny beads of sweat forming at his temples. Beside him, Peng Nanshan ground his teeth and shot back. "So what if he's ranked 3rd? My father's a powerhouse on the god list." He turned his glare on Ye Cheng, name now on everyone's lips. "Even if he were 1st on the holy list, he wouldn't amount to a thing compared to my father." "You really have no shame," Xiao Yiren said with a small, amused smile. She wasn't angry. She found their brazen boasting almost entertaining. With a single, graceful flick of her finger, she issued her challenge. "Do you honestly think I earned my ranking only because the Academy held my hand?" Peng Nanshan's eyes gleamed. "If you've got the courage, fight me," Xiao Yiren pressed on, her tone light but her meaning clear. "Show us you're not all talk." "What did you say? Fight me?" Peng Nanshan protested. Then, as comprehension dawned, his annoyance flipped to exhilaration. This was exactly what he'd come for, an opportunity to take Xiao Yiren on, prove himself in front of everyone, and earn his brother's pride. He'd never back down from a fight. Xiao Yiren actually had the nerve to issue the challenge. How could Peng Nanshan refuse? Only Peng Yanzong, watching his daughter-in-law step forward so boldly, felt a twinge of unease. He suspected she might be hiding some trump card. Still, a father's confidence in his second son prevailed. He waved one hand dismissively. "All right, Nanshan," Peng Yanzong said. "Since she wants to die, let's give her a quick death." As long as you don't kill her outright, I leave the rest to you, he added, stepping back. Don't worry, father, Peng Nanshan replied with a grim smile. I'll show her what reality really looks like. With that, Peng Nanshan's form blurred. He became a streak of inky black light, charging at Xiao Yiren like a bolt of thunder. In the next heartbeat, he stood before her, his arm swinging down in a lethal arc. A blade of spiritual swordlight tore through the air, its brilliance intensified by the magic rock's incredible speed. The raw, destructive power of that strike was terrifying. Xiao Yiren, an emperor-level cultivator herself, would struggle just to meet it, and even a true saint might not survive unscathed. Dodging that blade was unthinkable. The Demon Peng clan wasn't part of the orthodox supreme godline. It was merely an offshoot of the golden-winged rock bloodline, but it still bore traces of the legendary Great Peng's power. In Peng Nanshan's grasp, the Demon Peng knife moved with terrifying speed. Its force alone could threaten even a saint, and its velocity rivaled that of a holy king's strike. Ye Cheng watched, heart-pounding, as Peng Nanshan swept the blade toward Xiao Yiren. The air quivered with its approach. Then, in a heartbeat, she was gone. With the slightest twist of her body, she slipped out of its path. The Demon Peng knife screamed past her shoulder, never so much as nicking her robes. What? Peng Nanshan bellowed, eyes blazing red. He stared in disbelief at the empty space where his target had stood. Peng Yanzong, who had been observing quietly at his side, involuntarily raised his eyebrows, astonished by the impossible evasion. Xiao Yiren landed lightly on her feet and met Peng Nanshan's furious glare with calm composure. You call that a strike? He snarled. That was beginner's luck. With a roar of frustrated rage, he flicked his wrist, and the Demon Peng blade whirled through the air again, faster and more deadly than before. Spiritual light flared along Ye Cheng's arms, and in the next heartbeat, thousands of blade beams coalesced into a blazing web. Each strand tore through the void, as if the world itself were being carved apart. Any living being caught in its mesh, much less a mere saint, would be utterly undone. Even a saint king would struggle to survive such an onslaught. What made it more terrifying was its speed. This blade net moved several times faster than the knife-light Peng Nanshan had unleashed only moments before. Ye Cheng roared, Demon Peng Heavenly Knife. Cleave the heavens! Submit! In a flash, the blade net swept over Xiao Yiren, closing around her with ruthless precision. There was no time, no gap, no escape. She's doomed, someone gasped. Miss Yiren never dodged that attack. It's over, another voice added in horror. Demon Peng Heavenly Knife is the Demon Peng clan's top inheritance, ranked among the 30 greatest martial techniques in the world. On Lingcheng Square, every cultivator's face drained of color. Just as everyone's panic peaked, a sharp cracking rang out from within the sword net. All eyes locked on Xiao Yiren as he spoke with uncanny calm. Cut through heaven? What arrogance! No sooner had his words fallen than a flicker of spirit fire sprang to life inside the net, igniting like a spark thrown onto a field of tinder. In an instant, Peng Tiandao's so-called heaven-splitting sword formation was engulfed by the Emperor Yan's divine flames and reduced to ashes. The might of the Fire Spirit Emperor was plain for all to see. Peng Yanzong's brow twitched, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Peng Nanshan reeled from the afterburn of the inferno, nearly losing his footing as he staggered back toward the clouds. And there, unscathed, Xiao Yiren strode out of the destroyed sword net, casually lifting his hand to dispel the killing aura that still lingered in the air. Peng Nanshan's eyes went wide in shock as the power beneath his feet dissolved before he could even react. Swish! In the next heartbeat, Xiao Yiren was already upon him, her speed a flash of lightning, far surpassing the rock's own magic-fueled flight. Even Peng Yanzong, standing close by, was so stunned he couldn't lift a finger. When Peng Nanshan finally registered what was happening, Xiao Yiren's open palm struck his chest with deadly precision. Bang! The sound echoed like a drumbeat through the sky. With that single blow, the once proud prodigy of the Mall, Jik Rock clan let out a ragged howl. A spray of blood burst from his armor, and he tumbled from the clouds as if his life had been stripped away. He crashed to the ground in a heap, utterly broken. He's down already? Someone murmured, incredulous. One strike, and Peng Nanshan couldn't even hold on? A stunned silence fell over the spectators. Even the students from the God of War Academy, who had all but bet on Xiao Yiren's victory, felt a sudden chill. No matter how confident they'd been, Peng Nanshan was still the Demon Rock clan's top genius, one of Shenzhou's most celebrated young talents, and in a single instant, he'd been swept aside. Peng Nanshan ought to have lasted longer. After all, he'd devoted years to his cultivation and stood 2 realms above Xiao Yiren. Yet a single strike from her had sent him sprawling and mercilessly humiliated him. The gathered sect disciples couldn't decide whether to laugh or feel sorry for him as he lay broken on the ground. High above them, Peng Yanzong's eyes blazed. His second son's shame ignited a fierce anger within him. "You insolent brat," he roared down. "To dare harm one of my disciples, do you take us for fools? I'll wager you're no ordinary cultivator, but a spy from some other race. Seize her at once. I want every secret squeezed from her before the sun sets." At his command, the great elder's hand coalesced into a vast shadowy claw, a demon rock's talon spanning nearly 100 feet across. With a thunderous boom, it rocketed toward Xiao Yiren, intent on crushing her beneath its immense, black-scaled fingers. Chapter 571, Master Yanzong, what are you planning to do? Are you really going to drag the entire Demon Peng clan into a war with our God of War Academy? Across Lingcheng Square, cultivators stared in disbelief as Peng Yanzong brazenly set his sights on Xiao Yiren. Several senior instructors from the academy turned pale, teeth gritted. They surged forward with furious shouts, intent on stopping him. But Peng Yanzong's eyes were ice-cold, and he merely curled his lip in derision. A colossal ghostly claw, spawn of the demon Peng, coalesced beside him, quivering with latent power. Then, with a thunderous crack, a wave of savage demonic energy burst forth, snaring the instructors in midair. They thrashed and struggled, but could not break free. "I never said I intended to start a war with the God of War Academy," Peng Yanzong said softly, his voice like steel. He glanced dismissively at the trapped instructors, then fixed Xiao Yiren in his glare once more. Peng Yanzong's voice rang out across the camp. "This audacious creature deliberately attacked and wounded the pride of my Demon Peng clan, depriving us of a crucial fighting force. Such underhanded tactics are the hallmark of enemy spies from other races. Here on the battlefield of Tianguan, I, as Lord of the Shenzhou realm, wield commander-level authority. With that authority, I've arrested this suspected spy for questioning. What's wrong with that?" He turned his cold gaze on Xiao Yiren. "Did you not hear me? On your knees, and hand over the innate divine fire within you." He sneered. "At your cultivation level, there's no way you could have discovered or mastered such power. Not even your father could. Clearly, you and your daughter only rose so quickly because you've been aided by alien forces. You two are their spies, colluding behind the scenes and here on the battlefield alike. If you know what's good for you, hand over that evidence for safekeeping," Peng Yanzong snarled. "Refuse, and I'll make your life a fate worse than death. Endless torment awaits you." "Damn him! That old viper's at it again." The instructors of the God of War Academy bristled, hatred flashing in their eyes. They'd long heard rumors that Peng Yanzong's son, young prodigy Peng Moyun of the Mo Peng clan, was born with the divine cloud flame. Consuming that innate fire, they said, made one grow ever stronger. No doubt Peng Yanzong had coveted such power for years. Today's encounter might have been a coincidence, but if he couldn't seize it now, he'd surely return. "Brothers, stand firm. We'll fight to the death. Open the portal and send Ye Cheng away. We can't let her get into trouble here. Otherwise, how are you and I ever going to face Brother Ye Cheng in the future?" The moment those words hung in the air, the instructors of the War God Academy, who had already pieced things together, exchanged deadly glances. They were prepared to go all in, extinguish Xiao Yiren's blood origin, expel her from the academy, even kill her on the spot if necessary. Yet Peng Yanzong was quicker. He had come determined to extract Xiao Yiren's innate divine fire today, and he'd anticipated every possible retaliation from the War God Academy. With the alien hordes massing at the borders, the greater crisis justified any sacrifice. His plan was clear. Once Xiao Yiren's innate divine fire was torn from her, it would be given to his own son, refined and cultivated to its fullest potential, guaranteeing Peng Moyun's rapid advancement. As for Xiao Yiren, she would be left powerless, her father unable to protect her. And should the War God Academy dare demand payment for their treachery, the other sects, eager to preserve the balance of power, would step in, shield Peng Yanzong, and insist on their forfeit, all in the name of making amends. After all, the War God Academy was far from invincible. If it weren't for the tip-off from the Quinyu tribe and the Sky Crocodile clan, how would I have discovered Ye Cheng's opportunities and treasures? Peng Yanzong's eyes flared with avarice as he fixated Ye Cheng. With a low growl, he slashed out a colossal talon. The demon Peng's mirrored speed, hundreds of times faster than even Peng Nanshan, made the God of War Academy's strongest instructors, barely domain masters themselves, look sluggish by comparison. Not even by sacrificing their blood essence could they hope to match him. All they could do was watch as Peng Yanzong's massive claw descended upon Ye Cheng. Then, in an instant, puff! A gout of blood exploded into the air. The demon Peng's talon was severed by a sudden, blinding sword light. Arr! Peng Yanzong froze in shock for a single heartbeat, then recoiled as he stared at his neatly lopped-off right claw, screaming in terror. The assembled cultivators gasped, their eyes whipping toward the swift swordsman whose blade had turned the tide. A lone swordsman appeared at the gates of the God of War Academy, his flowing robes as white as freshly fallen snow. His lean form gleamed like polished jade, and his deep, unblinking eyes seemed to hold the very stars of the night sky. He radiated an aura both magnificent and imposing, as though a single swing of his sword could change the course of heaven and earth. It could be no one else but Ye Cheng. A chorus of gasps rose from the students, none louder than Xiaoyuren's cry, "Father, you're back!" Ye Cheng offered a gentle smile and inclined his head toward his son. Then, without another word, he turned his gaze on Peng Yanzong. A blade-like chill danced in his eyes. He knew that Xiaoyuren's innate sword talisman, born with him at his very conception, would grow stronger in tandem with the boy's own power. Even if the talisman hadn't awakened today, no one in the academy could lay a finger on his son. Yet Ye Cheng's unshaken calm did nothing to soften the fury that roiled beneath his serene surface. Peng Yanzong sensed the tide turning. His confidence from earlier, when he had boasted that Ye Cheng was beneath his concern, crumbled in an instant. Only moments ago, the legendary swordsman had descended upon him like a god of war, cleaving off one of his claws with a single effortless stroke. Now, faced with that same unearthly power in Ye Cheng's glare, Peng Yanzong staggered back, his bravado vanishing as swiftly as it had arisen. Peng Yanzong couldn't deny it any longer. Ye Cheng's true strength might be far greater than he'd first assumed. That didn't mean he saw Ye Cheng as a worthy rival, yet. But until he was sure exactly how formidable this young man was, Peng Yanzong had no intention of volunteering to be the Quinyu and Tian Crocodile tribe's sacrificial lamb. Ye Cheng, what are you up to? Don't do anything foolish, he warned. As he spoke, Peng Yanzong quietly funneled his spiritual power into his severed claw. Masters of the Holy Tao no longer sweat minor injuries. A sliver of primordial essence could instantly reconstruct a missing limb without denting one's foundation. And for someone at Peng Yanzong's level, a realm master, even that tiny expenditure was unnecessary. A wisp of spiritual energy would suffice to knit bone and tendon back together. But Ye Cheng paid no heed to Peng Yanzong's whispered incantations. He simply held the elder cultivator's gaze, his eyes cold and unblinking, his voice calm and level when he finally spoke. "Don't play games with me," Peng Yanzong snapped, his newly restored claws retracting with a faint click. "You were the one who struck my daughter first," Ye Cheng replied coolly. "If that isn't playing games, what is?" Peng's eyes narrowed. "I've already told you, the innate divine fire in your daughter is of unknown origin. We must capture her and conduct a thorough examination. And you, Ye Cheng, raise plenty of red flags yourself. You, too, will be detained and investigated." At that, Peng Yanzong squared his shoulders, voice ice-cold with authority. Across the courtyard, dozens of cultivators stiffened, waiting to see how Ye Cheng would respond. Instead of flinching, Ye Cheng threw back his head and laughed, low, mirthless, and utterly fearless. "Red flags? Investigations? By all means," he said, inclining his head in mock deference. Convinced he'd cowed his rival, Peng Yanzong allowed himself a self-satisfied smile. He opened his mouth to deliver another verbal blow, when a blade of pure white light burst from Ye Cheng's side. A horrific crack split the air as steel met flesh and bone. Blood spouted in a crimson geyser beneath the stunned gazes of every onlooker. In the blink of an eye, the Demon Peng clan master's head lay severed at Ye Cheng's feet, the blade still humming with deadly precision. Silence reigned for a heartbeat, then murmurs of shock rippled through the crowd as everyone realized just how swiftly and ruthlessly Ye Cheng had settled the dispute. Chapter 572. Blood-red petals of energy burst into the sky, silencing the entire arena. Spectators stared in stunned disbelief. Had they really just witnessed Peng Yanzong fall? He was one of the Demon Peng clan's 5-realm masters, a warrior lord whose power could forge a 4-realm pocket world. His reputation alone commanded awe among the realm masters. And yet, with a single flawless stroke, Ye Cheng had severed his head. As Ye Cheng sheathed his sword, the hollow thud of Peng Yanzong's headless body hitting the stone floor shattered any lingering doubts. The ironclad fact was before them. The legendary realm master had been defeated in one blow. A ripple of awestruck silence washed over the crowd, then swelled into thunderous applause. Eyes glittered with newfound reverence for Ye Cheng, whose calm composure belied the magnitude of his deed. "Daddy, you're back!" A small, excited voice cut through the tumult. Little Yiren sprang from the crowd and launched herself into Ye Cheng's arms. Her large, shining eyes were filled with relief and reproach. "You said you'd only be gone 3 months," she pouted, burying her face against his chest. "It's been half a year. Daddy, you lied." Ye Cheng gently stroked her hair, a soft smile curving his lips. Amid the echoes of battle and the roar of the audience, this quiet reunion reminded him of everything he fought for. He should be punished. Okay, it's Dad's fault. He should be punished. Ye Cheng felt the fierce mix of reproach and relief in his daughter's voice. Unable to hold back a laugh, he scooped her up into a forgiving hug, tears of mock remorse glinting in his eyes. All right, he coaxed. "I've learned my lesson." At the sight of this gentle, playful father, the assembled instructors and disciples of the God of War Academy blinked as if waking from a trance. Just beyond them lay the headless corpse of Peng Yanzong. Only moments ago, they had witnessed the same man, this tender parent, deliver a single, flawless strike that felled the dreaded Demon Peng realm lord. "Ye Cheng, that was ruthless," one instructor ventured, half in awe, half in admonishment. Another shook his head, exhaling slowly. "Fellow Taoists, we've done well today." Ye Cheng turned from the child he'd just spoiled with exquisite treats toward his colleagues. Their faces were drawn and pale, their breaths shallow. The battlefield still hummed with aftershock, but in their eyes burned the same mixture of pride and disbelief. Here stood the God of War's gentlest soul, and yet also its deadliest champion. The signs of their sacrifice were plain to see: pale skin, trembling limbs, and a faint aura of exhaustion that clung to each instructor. Earlier, when Peng Yanzong had attempted to seize Ye Cheng, they had flung open their veins, burning their very essence and blood to ensure his escape. But Peng Yanzong's power proved overwhelming. No matter how fiercely they fought, their sacrificial surge couldn't close the gap, and one by one they were driven back. Now, before Ye Cheng, they refused any praise. They waved their gaunt hands, heads bowed. "Brother Ye Cheng, you're too kind," one murmured, his voice hoarse. "We only made things more chaotic. How could we have truly helped?" "Exactly," another agreed, hastily shaking his head. "We don't deserve your gratitude." At that moment, a senior mentor stepped forward, his face grave. "Enough of that," he said. "Brother Ye Cheng, you've slain Peng Yanzong today, but don't let your guard down. Our War God Academy fears no Demon Peng clan, yet a far greater threat looms. The alien invasion draws near. No matter how ruthless Peng Yanzong was, he still held the title of Lord of the Shenzhou realm. One of the senior instructors muttered, eyeing Ye Cheng with thinly veiled concern. Another stepped forward. "Brother Ye Cheng, you did what you had to, but if you kill a lord in broad daylight, rumor and gossip are inevitable. You must be more cautious next time." The other instructors nodded in agreement. Still, a third said, "You needn't lose much sleep over it. The Demon Peng clan overstepped badly this time. Even if their pride is wounded, they won't dare come after you openly, provided you don't repeat your actions." A murmur rose among them. After a moment's thought, one of the elders shook his head with a wry grin. "I've got to say, It's a bit cruel, isn't it? Ye Cheng allowed himself a small, knowing smile. He understood their worries were genuine, but they didn't know the whole story. In the instant he struck Peng Yanzong down, his Yinming treasure technique had peeled back the fallen lord's memories like layers of silk. Through that vision, he'd learned Peng Yanzong had not acted alone. The Quinyu clan and the Tian Crocodile clan had whispered in his ear, egging him on from the shadows. Neither tribe dared show their hand publicly just yet. Ye Cheng's smile sharpened. Let them think twice before underestimating him. The game of power had only just begun. These covert maneuvers were beginning to wear on Ye Cheng. He'd resolved that, at the next Tianguan battlefield engagement, he would find a way to put an end to the meddling of those two tribes once and for all. No more behind-the-scenes complications. His fellow officers, seeing his wariness, offered earnest counsel, urging patience and caution. Ye Cheng merely smiled and nodded, promising to remember their words, though he had already made up his mind. Without another word, he swept into action. With a swift motion, he produced several vials of Chaos Divine Water and distributed them among the God of War Academy's instructors and disciples who stood by. Here, he said, voice firm. Use these to heal your wounds and bolster your strength. We'll need every ounce of our power for what comes next. Even the hardened Qinghu Corps members felt a flicker of surprise at his generosity. The shimmering liquid within the vials pulsed with raw Dao energy. Its power was unmistakable. At first, some of the Academy's senior instructors hesitated, murmuring that they couldn't accept such a gift. But Ye Cheng simply waved them off. I won these in the last campaign, he explained. If you're not at full force, we all suffer. I won't hear any objections. Faced with that reasoning, so straightforward, so necessary, they fell silent, acceptance shining in their eyes. One by one, they took the vials, their expressions a mixture of gratitude and renewed resolve. And in that moment, Ye Cheng knew his academy would stand ready, stronger than ever, for the trials ahead. Fellow Taoists, I must entrust Xiaoyiren to your care from here on. If your sect can't handle a crisis next time, if I'm delayed, what will you do then? At Ye Cheng's words, the academy instructors, already plagued by guilt, fell silent. At last they forced bitter smiles, clasped their hands in salute, and bowed deeply to him. Since Brother Dao has spoken, there's nothing more to say. We are grateful for this opportunity. With that, they set about refining the Chaos Divine Water. Ye Cheng watched them calmly, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He could feel the purple qi cauldron of all living beings drawing in even greater fortune to aid their endeavors. Turning to his daughter, he prepared to anoint her with the newly perfected elixir. He hadn't yet lifted a finger when a sudden commotion rose from the courtyard. Look, the rankings have changed again. Everyone's eyes snapped toward the giant square tablet. A streak of golden light shot upward from the bottom of the hidden dragon list, the name inscribed upon it glowing fiercely. In moments, the newcomer had leapt to 10th place, usurping Xiaoyiren's rank. Xiaoyiren suddenly perked up, her eyes shining with excitement. She didn't even check the name. She was already poised to dash out of Lingcheng and hunt down those invading alien warriors. But before she could take a step, Ye Cheng called her back with a playful grin. Hold on a moment. Come look at this. You might be in for a surprise. A surprise? Xiaoyiren echoed, pausing in mean-eyed stride. She turned to the list and scanned the names. Her eyes went wide. Is that Brother Daoshuan? At the very top of the list, pushing Xiaoyiren down to 11th place, stood none other than Gu Daoshuan, Ye Cheng's youngest son and Xiaoyiren's own brother. Chapter 573. When Ye Cheng saw Xiao Daoshuan's name on the hidden dragon list, a satisfied smile spread across his face. It had been only a few days since he returned from the Tianhuang ancient mine, yet the news had already caught up with him. Xiao Daoshuan's location was confirmed, and he'd quickly become the leading candidate for the Taoist heir of the Zhenwu sect, embroiled in fierce rivalry with the senior disciples of every other sect. Originally, Ye Cheng had planned to track down his youngest son on the Tianguan battlefield and reunite with him as soon as possible. But before he could set foot on that field, he was greeted by Xiao Daoshuan's triumphant rise. So he's that strong already, Ye Cheng muttered. I can't let him overshadow us, especially my sister. A surge of determination filled him. Seeing Xiao Daoxuan leapfrog even his sister, Xiao Yiren, in merit rankings prickled at Ye Cheng's pride. He packed his gear without hesitation, ready to venture into the wilder zones of the Tianguan battlefield, hunt down alien invaders, and amass enough military merits to climb higher on the list. He caught sight of Xiao Yiren preparing at his side. Meeting her gaze, he nodded firmly. "Let's go. Time to show them what we're made of." With that, father and daughter vanished into the swirling dust of the battlefield, their resolve burning brighter than ever. Ye Cheng felt a tug at his heart, but he didn't stop her. Instead, he offered Xiao Yiren a few gentle words of encouragement, laid a cluster of raw sword talismans at the little girl's feet, and let her depart. The Chaos Divine Water baptism he had prepared for her would have to wait. He still hadn't learned where Xiao Daoxuan was, but Ye Cheng knew that once Xiao Yiren's name appeared on the hidden dragon list, his youngest son would almost certainly want to keep pace with his sister. He was now readying the same baptism for the boy, but as a father, Ye Cheng was keenly aware of how quickly favoritism could be suspected if one child received treatment before the other. Fairness had to be his guiding principle. Thankfully, his reserves of Chaos Divine Water were more than adequate. He could baptize every one of his children, or even entire sects, without ever running low. After all, the main branches of Nanshuan Shenzhou were flocking to Beihuang, yet his supply remained plentiful. With that settled, Ye Cheng dismissed Xiao Yiren's legion and the instructors from the God of War Academy, watching them depart before turning back to his own preparations. Ye Cheng left Ling Cheng behind and plunged straight into the heart of the Tianguan battlefield. His primary goal was to uncover any trace of the Quinyu and Tian crocodile tribes, but he quickly discovered just how overwhelmingly vast this war zone was. Sprawling across hundreds of millions of miles, the Tianguan battlefield nearly spanned the entire northern coastline of the Beihuang Divine Continent. With alien invaders wreaking havoc and the heavenly secrets in utter disarray, even Ye Cheng's divine sight was stretched to its limit. 10,000 miles was the furthest he could see. Over the next few days, Ye Cheng threw himself into the fray. He led daring skirmishes, coordinated large-scale offensives, and single-handedly reclaimed several critical strongholds. His exploits earned him fresh recruits, and by nightfall, he had mustered new legions under his banner. Yet despite his best efforts, the movements of both the Quinyu and Tian crocodile tribes remained a mystery. Just as frustration threatened to take hold, the instructor's token hanging at Ye Cheng's waist began to hum and vibrate. A soft blue glow pulsed from its surface, sharp and insistent. An assembly order from the God of War Academy, Ye Cheng murmured, a familiar excitement stirring in his chest. He had seen this signal countless times before, and he knew that whatever came next, it would change everything. Ye Cheng felt the instructor's token pulse in his palm, and at once traced its lingering aura. 19,000 miles to the north, Yaoguang City. He didn't hesitate. Summoning his divine light, he tore through the heavens, and in less than 15 minutes, he hovered above the ancient walls of Yaoguang City. Below him, in the broad expanse of the central square, stood a man he knew well, Hongyu Shengjun, the God of War Academy's famed top instructor of the Killing Dao Hall. Hongyu's cultivation had advanced steadily since Ye Cheng last saw him. He was now firmly ensconced in the mid-stage of the Domain Master realm, and his mere presence radiated authority. Surrounding Hongyu, a small army of formidable figures sat cross-legged on the stone plaza. In the first ranks were monks from the God of War Academy, their robes stirred by a phantom breeze of spiritual energy. Behind them, representatives from other great sects, each a domain master in his own right, formed a second, equally imposing circle. Auras flickered around their forms, like miniature constellations of condensed power, as they waited in disciplined silence for Hongyu Shengjun's command. Ye Cheng drew a steady breath. He'd arrived just in time. Now all that remained was to heed the summons and face whatever crisis had driven the Academy's mightiest masters to gather here. Ye Cheng descended lightly before them, his feet barely stirring the dust. At once, the assembled warriors stiffened in surprise. They could sense he was only in the late Saint King realm, yet here he was, boldly crossing into their midst. Exchanging uneasy glances, they wondered what sort of trick this might be. Suddenly, Hong Yu's eyes snapped open. His disbelief rang out loud and clear. "Brother Ye Cheng, is that really you?" The others froze at Hong Yu's greeting. Though news trickled slowly across the Tianguan battlefield, they all knew of the legendary Ye Cheng. Even without hearing of his recent victory over Peng Yanzong, his name had long trembled across the northern wilderness divine continent. Whispers claimed he'd been lost inside the fabled Tianhuang ancient mine. Some said he'd never return. And yet here he stood. A chill ran through the group as they stared, unsure whether this was his true body or merely a projection drawn from some other shore Dao. Still, respect swelled in their hearts. No one could deny the aura of a man who'd toppled an enemy like Peng Yanzong. Ye Cheng's reappearance changed everything. Now, all they dared was watch and wait to see what he would do next. Had it been only his transcendent Dao body, there'd be little to fear. But if Ye Cheng's true form were to reappear, the repercussions would be nothing short of catastrophic. Though every cultivator present burned with curiosity, no one dared pry. These were clearly Ye Cheng's own secret weapons, and no one in their right mind would press him for answers. Instead, they maintained a respectful distance, offering solemn nods and deferential bows. Ye Cheng felt their awe, but he remained unassuming. He smiled and inclined his head in greeting before turning to Hong Yu. "Hong Yu," he asked, his tone light, "what trouble brings you here with the Academy's enforcers at your back?" Hong Yu offered no formal salutation. He leaned closer, voice barely above a whisper. "Brother Dao, I'm not certain, but it has something to do with Deputy Hall Master Tianchong and Elder Shuifeng." Ye Cheng's eyes flashed. Deputy Hall Master Tianchong and Elder Shuifeng, one the Killing Hall's feared second in command, the other one of its most formidable elders. Whatever had brought them into play, it was bound to be serious. Ye Cheng's two friends, who had come to look after him and his daughter, exchanged worried glances as Hong Yu spoke. The moment he mentioned that their situation was dire, they braced themselves for bad news. Sensing their tension, Hong Yu didn't hesitate. He drew a steady breath and laid out the facts as plainly as he could. "In our Beihuang divine continent," he began, "there's a safeguard known as the Third Heavenly Gate. Its blessing is absolute. No alien creature, no matter how powerful, so long as it reaches the domination realm, can pass through the gate, even if it bypasses the barrier of Prison City." He let that sink in. "That's exactly why we've managed to hold our ground until now." It wasn't that the alien host lacked strength. On the contrary, many of their warriors rivaled or even surpassed the mightiest cultivators of Shenzhou's native races. But at the Heavenly Gate itself, the aliens had no champions at the domination realm to tip the scales. Shenzhou's fighters, therefore, still had a fighting chance. And as the second great wave of spiritual energy continues to rise, the heads of the War God Academy and the leaders of our other clans will break through into the domination realm themselves, further shifting the balance in our favor. The broad plain before the Third Heavenly Gate array lay silent under a low, leaden sky. For months now, neither side had managed to break the stalemate. The allied forces of the myriad races were held back by the gate's earth-shaking suppression spells, while the alien invaders amassed every scrap of technology and manpower to tear it down. Unknown to most of the frontline soldiers, their enemy's high command had been quietly digging hidden strongholds across Shenzhou, looting resources by the millions and funneling them through void gates beyond the domain. Their aim was clear: weaken the gate's seals, then strike when the defenses were at their weakest. In the command pavilion, Ye Cheng stood over a hollow map of the battlefield, his expression grave. A faint hum at the entrance drew his attention. Hong Yu, her armor dented and streaked with dust, stumbled in. Guilt clouded her dark eyes. We found one of their secret bases," she said, voice tight. "Deputy Hall Master of the Sky Dome led Elder Shuifeng's strike team in to destroy it. But it was a trap, a lure." She clenched her fists. An entire alien legion lay hidden in ambush. We were overwhelmed. The Hall Master and the Elders managed to open an emergency void channel and send me back. Just me. The others are surrounded. Ye Cheng's jaw set. He tapped a point on the map where Hong Yu had marked the ambush. "Reinforcements won't reach you for hours," he said quietly. What are their numbers? More than 1,000 armored legionnaires, plus 2 heavy assault units. They're dug in behind corrupted terrain, poisoned ley lines, and scrapped Shenzhou fortifications. He took a deep breath and straightened. Very well. Send word to Commander Lan of the Azure Phoenix Regiment. I'll divert the 3rd Gates Reserve Battalion to your coordinates. At first light, we'll clear that ambush and recover the Sky Dome force. Hong Yu nodded, relief mixing with sorrow. As she turned to leave, Ye Cheng added, and prepare a report on every suspected stronghold. We can't afford another bait like this. The moment our defenses falter, all of Shenzhou is at risk. Outside, the wind picked up dust along the battlefield. Across the plain, silent engines roared to life. In the struggle for the 3rd Heavenly Gate, one misstep could unravel everything, but Ye Cheng would not let them stumble again. Over the past 2 days, I've tried every possible channel to rally our fellow Taoists, Hong Yu reported urgently, pacing before Ye Cheng. Many answered the call, but even together, we've fallen short of breaking the siege to free the Hall Master and the others. She stopped and clasped her hands, relief blooming in her eyes. But with your arrival, Brother Dao, everything changes. I've also reached out to Jiang Shun, Hall Master of Shadao Hall, and a Deputy Hall Master from Wandao Hall. They're already on their way. She paused, as if tasting the promise of victory. With you lending your strength, we should be able to lift the siege on Tianchong's Deputy Hallmaster and the others trapped inside. Ye Cheng let that sink in, then raised an eyebrow. Has Hallmaster Jiang Shun emerged from his retreat then? Hong Yu nodded. Yes. Before she could finish, Ye Cheng's curiosity stirred. He'd heard of Shadao Hall's master, one of the few men on par with Mo Jinyi of Wandao Hall, both capable of matching Realm Master perfection long before the tide of the 2nd spiritual energy wave arrives. Yet he'd never met Jiang Shun in person. Now at last, he might see the Hall Master's power firsthand, and test it alongside his own. The other domain lords who had rushed to offer their support froze when they heard the names of the reinforcements. They'd been more than willing to help the God of War Academy rescue Tianqiang's Deputy Hallmaster and the others, but they'd never imagined they could pull off a successful rescue on their own. With Jiang Shun and her companions joining the effort, however, the odds shifted dramatically. Just as a wave of hopeful excitement began to ripple through the ranks, a calm male voice rang out from above. Don't worry, Hong Yu. Now that we're here, we'll bring Tianqiang and the others back safely. From the edge of the gathering came another shout. But Mr. Ye Cheng, for your own safety, you don't need to come any closer. Ye Cheng looked up, brows knitting in mild confusion. Chapter 574. A calm, resonant voice rang out across the crowd. High above them, in the sea of clouds hovering over Yaoguang City, a shaft of light descended and revealed a single figure. It was a middle-aged man clad in gleaming purple and gold battle armor. His firm brow and penetrating gaze, combined with a solemn, mountain-like bearing, inspired an immediate sense of trust in everyone who looked upon him. At his side stood a graceful woman in flowing azure robes, her features soft yet striking, her posture intimately close to his. They appeared to be a devoted Taoist couple. At their arrival, the assembled cultivators snapped to their feet. Even Hong Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Palace Master Jiang Shun, Deputy Palace Master Zhilan, he proclaimed. Indeed, the pair before them were exactly that. The man was Jiang Shun, Palace Master of the Killing Dao Palace. The woman was Zhilan, Deputy Palace Master of the 10,000 Dao Palace. Both had already reached the Realm Master tier, and Jiang Shun had attained its very pinnacle, radiating an almost overwhelming power. Ye Cheng had long suspected that Jiang Shun's might surpassed that of Peng Yanzong, and now there was no doubt. Ye Cheng realized he'd seriously underestimated his opponent. Peng Yanzong's cultivation had only just reached the first stage of the Dao Master. Impressive, yes, but hardly fearsome. Hallmaster Jiang Shun, by contrast, moved at a mid-stage Dao Master level. Even an elite of that rank could trade blows with Peng Yanzong and come out on top. Put 10 Peng Yanzongs in a ring against Jiang Shun, and they still wouldn't be a match for him. Yet for all that power, Jiang Shun's earlier words had left Ye Cheng uneasy and confused. Hong Yu, watching the exchange, felt it too, and couldn't resist speaking up once the formal greetings were over. Why didn't Her Grace the Palace Master release Brother Ye Cheng? He asked. His strength clearly far exceeds what his current realm would suggest. Hongyu presumed Jiang Shun had been in seclusion so long he hadn't yet learned of Gu Ye Cheng's true reputation. Eager to clear the air, he jumped in to vouch for his friend's hidden talent. Jiang Shun, however, only offered a tranquil smile and waved his hand dismissively, as if the matter were already settled. Jiang Shun regarded Gu Ye Cheng with open admiration. Although this is our first meeting, Brother Ye Cheng's reputation precedes you, he said, smiling. Seeing you today has truly opened my eyes. I'd heard that someone at Saint King Realm Cultivation could slay a realm master, but if I hadn't witnessed it myself, I'd have written it off as idle boasting. His grin vanished as he turned more serious. Precisely because of your power, I won't allow you to rush in unprepared to rescue our friend. He pointed toward the southwest. Tianchong and the others aren't merely held captive, they're trapped inside the alien stronghold. That fortress not only bristles with enemy troops, but also houses all the loot they've seized from our Shenzhou. What's worse, the aliens have unearthed the so-called heaven-stealing divine weapons. Jiang Shun's tone grew hushed yet intense. Strictly speaking, Tianchong's team wasn't ambushed. Them stumbling on that cache was pure luck. But like a fisherman hauling in a leviathan, they've been dragged into the enemy's depths along with their prize. At the mention of heaven-stealing divine weapons and that lurking big fish, Gu Ye Cheng's brow shot upward. The stakes, it seemed, were far higher than he'd imagined, and the coming rescue would be anything but straightforward. Gu Ye Cheng had set foot in the Tianguan battlefield less than 5 days ago, and countless mysteries still lay beyond his grasp. But the moment Jiang Shun spoke of the so-called heaven-stealing divine weapon, his tone carried an unmistakable weight. Hongyu and the others all caught their breaths at once, their faces tightening. Noticing Gu Ye Cheng's continued silence, Hongyu sent a quick spirit message. Brother Dao, you might not realize this, but the heaven-stealing divine weapon isn't just any relic. It's the very strange armament the alien invaders brought with them in this assault on the Tianguan battlefield. Outside forces that breach the Tianguan battlefield suffer under a double suppression. First, they contend with the quasi-immortal formation of the Third Tianguan. Second, and far more potent, they're held in check by the heavenly Dao equilibrium maintained by northern wilderness Shenzhou. It is this balance of power that makes the Shenzhou's defense nearly impregnable. Gu Ye Cheng stared at the shimmering contours of the barrier that encircled Shenzhou. If the heavenly Dao's power here ever falls out of balance, he murmured, even the Third Tianguan barrier can only blunt the invaders' might. It can't keep them permanently at bay. For untold millennia, the tribes of Shenzhou had relied on that very suppression of the northern wilderness's Dao to repel alien incursions. Time and again, hostile fleets had battered its defenses and failed. The invaders had long resented the barrier's restraint, but until now, they had no way to break it. I still don't understand how they forged this heaven-stealing divine weapon, Gu Ye Cheng admitted, recalling the rumors that had rippled through the cultivation halls. From the bodies of every hero who fell on the Tianguan battlefield, this cruel device siphoned off each warrior's lifetime of Daoic insight, transforming their hard-won understanding of the great Dao into raw law fragments to feed its power. As he watched the barrier's runes flicker under that alien assault, Gu Ye Cheng felt a chill. The true test for Shenzhou was only just beginning. Hongyu laid out the plan in a grave, measured voice. First, we send all confiscated law fragments back to the stronghold for secure storage, she said. Once their numbers reach a critical mass, we'll transfer them beyond our borders, where the alien masters will absorb and refine them. She paused, letting the weight of her words settle over the chamber. These fragments embody the essence of Shenzhou's 3,000 great Daos. If the aliens process enough of them, even the heavenly Dao of the northern wasteland divine continent won't be able to curb their power. Not even the third heaven gate's most formidable suppressive formation could contain them, because it would no longer distinguish an alien master from one of our own native beasts. At that moment, Gu Ye Cheng's eyes snapped open. Everything clicked into place. This was why Zhang Xun had warned that Tianqiang and the others had been dragged into the water by a great fish. The alien army entrenched in the southwestern stronghold wasn't merely occupying territory, they were in possession of the heaven-stealing divine weapon. With it at their side, they had every advantage. Ye Cheng realized that the storehouse inside the stronghold didn't just contain looted supplies from the northern wasteland divine continent, it also held countless law fragments, extracted and refined by the heaven-stealing divine weapon. To the alien invaders, those law fragments were far more valuable than any ordinary resource. Naturally, they would deploy a powerful garrison to protect them. Tianqiang and the others had already run into fierce opposition and were effectively stalled. Only now did Ye Cheng understand why Zhang Xun had refused his aid. She feared that if he went, he'd simply be cut down by the heaven-stealing divine soldiers. Losing a talent like him would be a devastating blow to Shenzhou. And even worse, if the aliens absorbed his understanding of the Great Tao, it would only increase their chances of overrunning Shenzhou. Zhang Xun never said so outright, but Ye Cheng knew she was right. Ye Cheng's eyes brightened as he absorbed Hongyu's explanation. Zhang Xun, hovering silently overhead, allowed himself a discreet nod. He'd assumed there'd be no need to argue further. Then Ye Cheng turned to Hongyu and smiled. "I appreciate your concern," he said evenly, "but I still intend to explore that stronghold. Don't worry, I won't act recklessly. If the situation turns dangerous, I'll withdraw at once. Please don't try to stop me." Internally, Ye Cheng chuckled. He'd never suspected that the alien invaders had forged something as formidable as the so-called heaven-stealing divine weapon. Now that he knew of its existence, there was no way he'd miss the chance to seize it. Beyond reclaiming the stolen laws of the divine continent, he was eager to get his hands on this legendary artifact. "How exactly did they develop the heaven-stealing divine weapon?" he asked, curiosity sharpening his tone. "It's engineered to siphon the Tao perception of cultivators native to the divine continent," Hongyu replied. "However, it may not work on the aliens themselves." Ye Cheng's thoughts raced. Even if his theory proved flawed, defeating the aliens would still yield vast fortunes and rare treasures. But if he was right, if the device truly accelerated the extraction of Tao perception, then capturing it would be like discovering a missile booster for his own cultivation. The potential rewards far outweighed the risks. And so, with resolve hardening in his chest, he prepared to press forward. Ye Cheng's mind was perfectly clear. He had only just broken through to the 81st realm, and there remained an immense gulf between him and the 99th. The very thought tightened his chest. Zhang Xun met his determined gaze and hesitated. In the end, she chose not to hold him back. Instead, she offered a final warning. "Very well, but remember your promise. You must not act rashly." Half a day later, some 27,000 miles southwest of Yaoguang City, the 1,000-mile-long Linglu mountain range stretched beneath a darkening sky. Once a famed spiritual vein, it had brimmed with rare herbs and attracted cultivators seeking treasure and cultivation. Before the war, its slopes had been a paradise for spirit root hunters. Now, the entire range had become a demon's den. Thick, churning clouds of demonic energy roiled overhead, blotting out the sun. On one jagged summit, a massive war cloud coalesced, a whirlwind of flesh and claw that howled with malignant intent. One grotesque demon after another, twisted, alien creatures born of the enemy, surged upward in a savage tide. Their monstrous roars echoed through the valleys, promising bloodshed and ruin. Although the alien forces were repeatedly driven back by the Shenzhou monks on the mountaintop, it was becoming painfully clear that the defenders were spiraling toward collapse. With every passing moment, the monks' cultivations waned, their bodies trembling with fatigue, and their morale sank ever lower. And worst of all, the true alien commanders, several realm masters entrenched in the Linglu Mountains, had not yet joined the battle. Once those masters intervened, even the hardiest Shenzhou monk, no matter how many bloody deaths they wrought, would be wiped out. "Damn these alien bastards," snarled the Sky Realm Master atop the mountain, eyes blazing with fury. "They're using us as bait, hoping to draw out the strongest from Shenzhou." His face had gone ashen. He had perfected the Realm Master stage of cultivation. Though he still fell short of Zhang Zhun's prowess, he would not have feared a mid-stage Dao Master. After breaking into the Realm Master realm, he had advanced through the fourth realm, and within his nascent Great Small universe, he had even opened the fifth path. Now, however, he could feel his strength ebbing under the relentless assault, and he knew that the real fight was yet to come. Chapter 12. Siege of the Linglu Mountains Realm. Master Xianxia hovered above the shattered plateau, his eyes flicking between the three distant figures, alien realm masters whose strength alone could make his blood run cold. Inside his personal microcosm, the power granted by the five great Dao paths surged and roared. That blessing was enough to put even an early Dao Lord on the back foot. But if those three struck together, he wouldn't last a single breath. Oddly, they had not attacked. Each stood silent in the swirling haze, their intentions as inscrutable as ever. Yet far worse, in Xianxia's mind, was the secret buried deep within the heart of the Linglu Mountains, the heaven-stealing divine weapon. So potent was its aura that even his sharpest disciples had felt nothing. Only he, as a realm master, had sensed its presence before his scouts were cut down. "They aren't the only ones waiting for us," he muttered, voice low and tense. Turning to his closest aides, he issued the warning they'd all known, yet dreaded hearing. "There are more of their champions hiding around the weapon, each at least a perfect realm master, and I suspect more than one." Xianxia's heart thundered. If those hidden powerhouses joined the three before him, the invaders would muster at least 5 late realm masters. Even a cultivator of Zhangshun's caliber would find such a battle all but unwinnable. An icy dread curled in his gut as he recalled how he'd begged Hongyu to send reinforcements. Now, looking at the enemy's silent advance, he regretted every plea. Just when his resolve was about to collapse, a sudden gust of wind carried a distant roar, an echo of reinforcements arriving from the south. Hope flickered in Xianxia's chest even as the looming threat pressed ever closer. "Could you please provide the full text of the chapter you'd like rewritten? That way I can ensure I retain all the plot details, characters, and nuances while producing a polished, idiomatic English version." Chapter 575. The 3 alien realm masters posted at the mountain's base burst into triumphant laughter. "Ah! Just as we predicted, these natives have walked right into our snare." They rose in unison, their bodies melting into streams of crackling magic light that darted off in 3 directions to cut off Ye Cheng and his reinforcements. "Come on, then," the foremost master taunted. Ye Cheng pressed forward, his senses already locked onto the auras of Xianxia and the others. From the mountain peak, he caught sight of the shattered remains of the Shenzhou soldiers, grim trophies of the aliens' earlier strike. Fury flared in his chest. To see these 3 masters again, alive and eager for blood, sparked a deadly tension between old enemies. A deep roar rolled off the aliens' throats as they unleashed blasts of cosmic breath. In reply, Ye Cheng thrust out his palms, summoning the full force of his realm spirit power. His personal small world blossomed around him in a corona of warping energy, ripping at reality itself. With a fierce battle cry, he charged straight into their interception, determined to take on all 3 of them by himself. "Ha ha! You're bold, mortal," one alien sneered, eyes gleaming with contempt and murder as the first clash of energies lit up the battlefield. "Unfortunately for you, we're simply not equipped to face you." A strange, knowing smile curved on the faces of the 3 alien masters. With a single, synchronized motion, each crushed the dark demon talisman in his hand. In an instant, tendrils of shadowy magic coiled around them, and their bodies dissolved into mist. They slipped through the barrier of Zhangshun's pocket realm as though it were thin air, and re-emerged behind him, straight into the ranks of the Shenzhou cultivators marshaled by Ye Cheng. "Running away from me? How laughable!" Zhangshun roared, his voice echoing through the mountain pass. He hurled his hand forward, ready to collapse the small world he had summoned and trap the intruders forever. But before he could complete the sealing incantation, 3 radiant streaks of light shot up from the deepest caverns of the Linglu Mountains. They erupted from the very heart of the storage vault where the aliens had piled their plunder, Taoist relics, and arcane treasures stolen in previous raids. Each beam marked the emergence of another perfected alien warrior, their chi more potent than that of the first 3 masters. In the span of a heartbeat, they shattered their bonds and sprinted skyward, escaping with astonishing speed. Ye Cheng and Zhang Xun exchanged a grim look. The battle was far from over. In the next instant, 3 perfect realm masters materialized in front of Zhang Xun, their auras flaring with lethal intent. Palace Master Zhang Xun, the tallest of the 3, called out, voice echoing with faint amusement, "Don't be so anxious. Your foe is us now." They'd obviously been lying in wait somewhere deep within the Linglu Mountains. No sooner had they spoken than they activated the pocket realms they'd prepared. Spirit walls sprang up on all sides, isolating Zhang Xun completely from Ye Cheng and the others. "It's a trap!" Zhang Xun's heart lurched. The number of hidden adversaries far exceeded anything he'd anticipated. What alarmed him most was how they'd anticipated his arrival. Just as they'd ambushed Tiancheng's group, these 3 had sprung their second snare the moment he appeared. By cutting him off from Ye Cheng, they robbed him of the time and space he needed to assemble a large-scale formation or call for aid. "Brother Ye Cheng, withdraw, now!" he roared, voice cracking with urgency. "And all of you," he bellowed at his disciples, "cover Brother Ye Cheng's retreat. No mistakes!" Even as despair threatened to overwhelm him, Zhang Xun refused to yield fully. If he couldn't turn the tide, he could at least buy enough time for Ye Cheng to escape. A cold, mocking laugh rang out from the ring of cultivators. One of them stepped forward, lips curled in a sneer, and intoned, "Relax, Palace Master. You couldn't be in better hands." Ha! Palace Master Zhang Xun's reputation for looking after his followers may be sterling, but rest assured, none of you walks away from this alive. "We've been standing here waiting for you for far too long," the perfect world master from the Talisman clan sneered. The crimson chaos rune etched across his cheek flared with bloodthirsty light. "Our only mission is to wipe every last one of you out." He glanced at his 5 subordinates. "And don't delude yourselves about Ye Cheng. He won't save you. You'll all die right here, right now." As his words died on the wind, a savage crack split the air from the direction of Ye Cheng's position. The 6 talisman disciples, assembled like lambs awaiting slaughter, startled at the sudden noise. They spun around just in time to witness a grisly explosion of flesh and blood. For a heartbeat, the faces of the 3 perfect world masters went slack with disbelief. Under their astonished gaze, 3 outsiders, world masters from another realm, had struck without warning. With ruthless precision, they cut down Zhang Xun's elite Shenzhou fighters, severing every last hope of reinforcement. The courtyard fell deathly silent, save for the echo of splintering bone and the gurgle of a life ebbing away. Even the crimson rune on their leader's face dulled as the intruders stepped forward, blades glinting and intent clear in their cold eyes. Not one of Zhang Xun's men would survive this ambush. The world master of the Heavenly Demon Clan reared back in disbelief as Ye Cheng's blade pierced his chest. A geyser of blood sprayed across the battlefield, and the tiny demonic realm he'd painstakingly cultivated shattered like glass, vanishing into nothingness. One strike, he killed a world master of the Heavenly Demon Clan with a single sword. The assembled warriors, both the alien invaders and Shenzhou's own champions, stood frozen. Even Hong Yu and the others, who had followed Ye Cheng into this fray, couldn't hide their astonishment. They had never doubted Ye Cheng's strength, yet they also knew that these heavenly demon world masters were no ordinary foes. Though the intruders numbered only 3 late-stage realm masters, each outclassed the vast majority of Shenzhou Dao masters in raw power. Conventional wisdom held that even Ye Cheng, whose prowess rivaled a realm master's, could at best hold his own under such overwhelming odds. No one had expected so swift and decisive an outcome. A hush fell over the battlefield as the fallen world master slumped to his knees. Ye Cheng's sword wavered only slightly before he let it fall from his grasp. Without a word, he surveyed the stunned faces around him, the Shenzhou cultivators too stunned to cheer, the aliens too demoralized to advance. Then, at last, a single breath of awe broke the silence. Ye Cheng sheathed his sword and turned away, as composed and unruffled as though he'd merely dispatched a common thug. The survivors watched him go, minds racing with the realization that a new legend had just been born on this blood-soaked plain. Ye Cheng dispatched the lead Heavenly Demon Realm Master as effortlessly as one might kill a chicken. With barely a flick of his sword, the man's still-warm corpse turned to ash. At the same time, Ye Cheng's heaven-swallowing divine power surged through him, drawing the fallen master's Dao fruit cultivation straight into his own body. Heathing his sword, Ye Cheng's cold gaze swept over the two remaining alien realm masters. They'd come in with murderous intent, but under that indifferent stare, they found themselves unable to move. Their hearts pounded and their mouths went dry. They instinctively wanted to step back, to gain a little distance, but before they could even twitch a muscle, Ye Cheng struck again. A brilliant ripple of swordlight shot from his blade. 1, 2, 3, 100, 1,000, 36,000 arcs of blue-white radiance. This is the sky-shaking style, he called, invoking one of the 9 methods of splitting heaven. Though not the deadliest of the 9, its sheer volume and force could still rend the skies themselves. With that declaration, the 36,000 sword lights hurled toward the two stunned masters, each blade pulse cutting through air like lightning. Ye Cheng's ultimate technique unfurled with breathtaking scope, sealing heaven and earth in a dome of shimmering energy. Even a true realm master, or a Taoist immortal, would find it impossible to withstand this move. "Human scum! You deserve to die!" The two alien warlords roared in desperation, unleashing every ounce of their power in one final, furious assault. Brilliant magic beams lanced skyward, divine energy rippling like thunder through the air. Around them, nearby cultivators recoiled at the sheer force of the attack, yet all their might was for naught. Ye Cheng's formation held firm, and from within its heart he summoned a torrential rain of spirit swords. The blades rained down like a storm of light, shattering every barrier the invaders had erected. In less time than it takes an incense stick to burn, the two late-stage realm masters were overwhelmed. Their defenses crumbled like fragile glass, and they were torn apart by the relentless sword rain. When the last echo of steel faded, only their life cores remained, pulsing with the essence of their cultivation. Ye Cheng absorbed them at once, channeling their power directly into his own refinement. The battlefield fell silent. The two alien masters were gone, and their strength had become his. The 3 alien masters had just been cut down by Ye Cheng. As they watched him stride forward at an unhurried pace, the 3 perfect realm lords, once so confident as they pressed in on Xianxia, felt a chill of dread. Ye Cheng's gaze was ice-cold and utterly indifferent. Their bravado evaporated in an instant. "Fall back!" the Demon Talisman clan's realm lord bellowed, panic cracking his voice. At his command, his innate Chaos Demon Talisman flared to life, sending prismatic light ripping through the void. A swirling teleportation vortex opened, and he plunged into it without a second thought. The other 2 alien masters didn't hesitate. They unleashed their own escape talismans and spells, vanishing in streaks of blazing light. Their retreat was faster than lightning. Below, the alien forces still besieging Tiang and the others atop the mountain platform looked up in confusion, too slow to follow what had just happened. Xianxia, too, stood stunned by the sudden turn of events, but Ye Cheng did not break his stride. A faint, cruel smile curved his lips as he surveyed the empty space where the 3 lords had stood. "Trying to run?" he murmured, voice low and mocking. In any other battle, he might have let them go. Today, however, he felt no mercy. In the Tianguan battlefield, every alien warrior felled meant more than mere prestige for Ye Cheng. It was an opportunity to strengthen his luck. He wasn't about to let such chances go to waste. With a single thought, the quadfold Zhuxian killing sword materialized behind him. Once sacrificed deep in the Tianhuang ancient mine, the blade had since ascended to the very pinnacle of realm master weaponry, its surface inscribed with the intricate Zhuxian array. At Ye Cheng's command, the sword swept through empty space, carving a razor-sharp rift in the void that yawned wider with every heartbeat. Then, in one breath, 3 agonized wails pierced the air. From the void tear tumbled 3 headless corpses, their armor and bodies slicked with blood. There was no doubt who they were. The trio of alien realm masters, who had once slipped his grasp, were finally cut down by his blade. Chapter 576. Swish, swish, swish! Blades sliced through the air in rapid succession. In the span of half a day, Ye Cheng had single-handedly slain all 6 realm masters in the Linglu mountain range. With their captors defeated, Xianxia and the others were finally free. The alien race that once held this territory now lay in utter ruin. Stripped of their realm master's protection, they were no match for Ye Cheng's forces. Even his lower-ranked disciples cut them down as effortlessly as swatting insects. Before departing on this mission, Ye Cheng had already baptized Hongyu and the others with Chaos Divine Water. The infusion had amplified their power tremendously. While they still fell short of true Realm Master strength, they were more than capable of clearing out the surviving alien foot soldiers. Having rescued Xianxia and the rest, Ye Cheng wasted no time. He administered the Chaos Divine Water to heal their wounds and accelerate their recovery. As their bodies re-knit and their cultivation stabilized, he guided each of them through the ritual to establish a connection with the purple chi cauldron of all living beings. A brilliant aura of violet energy enveloped them, marking the beginning of a profound breakthrough in their martial paths. With the rescue complete and his allies renewed in strength, Ye Cheng prepared to move on, leaving behind nothing but the echo of his blades and the promise of a brighter future for those he vowed to protect. Ye Cheng pressed deeper into the heart of the Linglu Mountains, determined to reach the hidden vault where the alien invaders had amassed their plunder. The cavern's walls glowed with bioluminescent lichen, but as he stepped inside the treasury chamber, he froze. Above the vast hall hovered 9 legendary weapons, artifacts of the 9 sects, each one suspended in midair and wreathed in a sickly, dark magic glow. Between their hilts and blades, threads of demonic energy wove together in a perfect geometric formation, sealing the vault against anyone from Shenzhou who dared to enter. The oppressive aura made even seasoned cultivators hesitate. Ye Cheng's gaze, however, was drawn not just to the barrier of black magic, but to the intricate runic patterns etched into each weapon. Those strange, convoluted glyphs stirred something deep within his sea of consciousness. He felt his hard-won understanding of the great Tao begin to tremble. An unseen force tugged at the very laws he had cultivated, as though intent on siphoning them away. A cold shiver ran down his spine. He recognized this formation. It was the same malignant design he had once encountered in the far depths of the Tianhuang ancient mine. Back then, he had barely escaped with his life. Taking a steadying breath, Ye Cheng flexed his fingers and prepared to confront the dark array before him. The next moment would decide whether he could claim the vault's treasures or become another victim of its twisted sorcery. These array patterns, they're almost identical to those of the 9 turns heaven-seizing array from the immortal realm. Ye Cheng's heart skipped a beat. The 9 turns heaven-seizing array was the signature formation of the great Emperor Immortal Venerable, an ancient sovereign who treated the mortal world of Shenzhou as his personal hunting ground. He lured would-be heroes to their doom, siphoning off every scrap of their cultivation essence to empower the grand array he'd bequeathed to his descendants. And now, here it was again, mirrored in the so-called heaven-seizing divine weapon wielded by these alien invaders. Memories stirred in Ye Cheng's mind, visions passed down by the 9 masters, each one a living repository of ancient lore. He recalled that the great Emperor Immortal Venerable was far from unique. Throughout the immortal realm, several sects had quietly planted their roots in Shenzhou, embedding their heirs and laying out formidable magical grids for future exploits. Suddenly, the pieces clicked into place. The chaotic hordes and otherworldly demons ravaging the northern wasteland might not be acting on their own. They could easily be pawns of one of those immortal realm factions, perhaps even under the direct manipulation of the great Emperor Immortal Venerable himself. Whichever way it was, one thing was certain: he could no longer afford complacency. Ye Cheng's eyes hardened with resolve. The threat was far greater and far closer than he had imagined. He wasn't disappointed. Not the great Emperor Immortal Venerable, nor any other celestial titan, could truly descend to the mortal realm, as long as the absolute heaven's divine continent restriction of Juetianditong remained in place. Even an immortal king lacked the power to break through. If they couldn't manifest here in their true forms, Ye Cheng had no reason to fear them. In fact, his trial in the Tianhuang ancient mine had ignited a bolder hope. Perhaps, as he roamed Shenzhou, he might stumble upon another formation like the one the Taihuang Immortal Venerable built at the heart of that mine. Now, Ye Cheng's cultivation in the Domain Overlord realm was more than a match for ordinary experts, and he was confident he could even challenge those who had perfected the Supreme Domain realm. All his newfound strength stemmed from the legacy left by the Taihuang Immortal Venerable and his son. Should he ever encounter a similar celestial layout again, he would simply shatter it and claim its power for himself. Even if the resources I've gathered won't be enough to vault me into the immortal realm, they should at least carry me to the perfection of the 99 realms and let me begin condensing my own miniature world, right? Ye Cheng shook his head. He knew he was clinging to a fanciful notion. Immortal formations are maddeningly secretive and almost impossible to uncover. The only reason he had even stumbled upon the great Emperor Venerable's arrangement was a convergence of miracles, the purple chi cauldron of all living beings, the endless spiritual offerings of the northern wilderness heroes over the centuries, and sheer chance that led him to train in the Tianhuang ancient mine. Layered atop all that was an enormous stroke of luck. To expect another alignment of events like that, the odds would be worse than a mortal winning first prize twice in a row. Daoyo, any ideas about these demon soldiers? Came Zhang Xun's voice, pulling him back from his reverie. She and the others had just finished clearing the battlefield and hurried over. At the sight of the 9 heaven-stealing divine weapons scattered on the ground, their eyes blazed with rage. Over the past few days, they had fought tooth and nail. Now these trophies only stoked their fury further. On the Tianguan battlefield, the air still crackled with lingering auras, and the ground was littered with the fallen. Countless Shenzhou cultivators, whose hard-won enlightenment had been siphoned away by the 9 heaven-stealing divine weapons. Now, those same 9 weapons hovered before them, dripping with the echoes of stolen power. Zhang Xun's hand instinctively went to his blade. He and the other cultivators tensed, ready to strike and shatter the abominations once and for all. But a calm voice cut through the tension. Ye Cheng, standing quietly at their side, his gaze fixed on the floating divine arms. Zhang Xun forced himself to lower his sword. He exchanged a wary look with the others, and swallowing his doubt, asked, "Master Ye Cheng, what do you intend to do?" Ye Cheng blinked, as if waking from a distant reverie. Then he turned to face them, composed and unwavering. "Brothers," he began, "rather than destroy these 9 weapons, I propose we refine them, reforge their essence so that they may siphon and master the cosmic laws of alien realms." A stunned silence followed. Such a venture sounded impossible, bordering on madness. Yet when Zhang Xun met Ye Cheng's earnest eyes, he sensed a conviction too profound to dismiss. Slowly, he nodded. "Very well," he said. "We'll try your method. After all, if it fails, we lose nothing. If it succeeds, the heavens themselves murmur, a bend to our will." Zhang Xun didn't hesitate. "Very well. The 9 divine weapons will be entrusted to Daoyo for safekeeping." With a flick of his wrist, he opened the treasury's vault, where the weapons themselves had once stood guard. In an instant, vast streams of spiritual light surged upward, coalescing into golden fragments of the law that drifted in view. At first, everyone's eyes lit with wonder. Then, almost as quickly, their faces fell. Though the law shards still glowed brilliantly, the cultivators' divine senses recoiled at a hidden corruption. The shards had been tampered with by the formation underpinning the 9 heaven-stealing weapons. They were no longer pure fragments of Shenzhou's Dao, but alien imitations. If any practitioner here were to absorb and refine them, they wouldn't deepen their insight. Instead, they risked stalling their cultivation, or even unraveling their Dao foundations. "Damn aliens!" Zhang Xun snarled. A low murmur of dismay rippled through the assembled cultivators. But standing at the edge of the group, Ye Cheng allowed himself a slight, knowing smile, calm in the face of new trouble. "Since none of you Taoists can utilize these fragments, I'll take them myself," Ye Cheng declared, stepping forward with unwavering resolve. His dark eyes gleamed as they swept across the vast array of law fragments stored within the treasury. To ordinary cultivators of Shenzhou, these shards of cosmic law were little more than useless trinkets, mere chicken ribs to be discarded. But for Ye Cheng, blessed with the extraordinary sky-swallowing divine power, every fragment held untold potential. Drawing closer, He extended his hand and let his aura surge outward, enveloping the fragments in a torrent of spiritual force. In that instant, the shards trembled and dissolved, their essences flowing into him like a torrential river. Each piece accelerated his grasp of the great Tao, propelling his cultivation to new heights in an instant. A satisfied smile curved Ye Cheng's lips. With these treasures at his command, no barrier in his path would remain for long. Chapter 577. Commander Xianxia surveyed the gathered cultivators and announced, "These law fragments were recovered from the Tianguan battlefield over the past few months, pillaged by alien races from our Shenzhou fighters. In total, they weigh nearly 1,000,000 pounds of barren stones, which translates to the law perception value of tens of thousands of barren crystals." Even for Ye Cheng, who has already ascended to an impressive level within the Tao domain, the prospect of absorbing that much law perception was staggering. Xianxia pressed on. "All of these law fragments will be entrusted to Taoist Ye Cheng. The rest of the spoils will be divided according to our standard battlefield regulations. 1/3 goes directly to Tianguan, with the generals overseeing its distribution. 1/3 will be distributed among us based on individual military merits. And the final third will be awarded to Taoist Ye Cheng in recognition of his foremost contribution to this battle." He paused, smiled, and looked around. "Are there any objections?" The cultivators exchanged glances but fell silent. None dared challenge the commander's decree. "Of course, we have no objection," Hong Yu and the others agreed without hesitation. Tian Chong and the rest were equally enthusiastic. They all remembered how, and only because, Ye Cheng had struck decisively in the heat of battle, they'd avoided defeat at the hands of the aliens. Even Xianxia might have fallen had he not intervened. So when talk turned to dividing the spoils, no one thought twice about awarding Ye Cheng a full third of the haul. Some even whispered that they'd happily forfeit their own shares. But Ye Cheng merely waved them off with a modest smile. "I don't need these resources," he said. His modesty wasn't feigned. The core of the Tianhuang ancient mine, long ago tapped by Ye Cheng, had yielded vast quantities of divine metals and sacred iron. Those treasures alone could arm every branch of the Gu clan with top-tier spiritual weaponry, even if the family's main vein lay untapped. And in his storage ring sat millions of kilograms of Chaos divine water, a cultivation resource so plentiful he had no immediate use for it. "It's yours," he repeated, bowing slightly. "Use it well." Gratitude and relief shone on every face. The spoils would stay in the hands of those who needed them most. And for Ye Cheng, that was reward enough. Ye Cheng's power was already immense. He'd swallowed the sky-devouring fruit and the Tao fruit from the 9 immortal world masters. To him, the Shenzhou treasures looted by the alien invaders were mere trifles. On top of that, he'd claimed the 9 heaven-stealing weapons and the fragments of the ancient laws those invaders had stolen from Shenzhou's greatest monks. In short, he had everything he truly needed. So, when the time came to divvy up the spoils, Ye Cheng surprised everyone by refusing his share outright. Standing before Lord Xianxia and the gathered Taoists, he said simply, "I entrust my portion to you, Lord Xianxia, and to my fellow cultivators. Please see that it's distributed as compensation for the Shenzhou soldiers who fell in this battle. Deliver it to their families and their sects." He wasn't a saint, of course, but in accepting those priceless law fragments, he'd implicitly taken a great debt from his homeland. Now, at last, he was choosing to repay it. Xianxia and the others exchanged stunned glances. Only after a long moment did they realize Ye Cheng was entirely serious. Xianxia drew in a steadying breath, bowed once toward Ye Cheng, and let his eyes shine with newfound respect. "Rest assured, fellow Taoist," he promised. "We'll handle this matter ourselves. We won't let you down." Ye Cheng inclined his head in acknowledgement. He had complete faith in Xianxia and the others. Having already distributed the spoils from their latest expedition, he didn't linger. Guiding the collection of treasures to a nearby city, he withdrew immediately into seclusion to refine them. Inside his retreat, the power of the heaven-swallowing great divine ability surged to life. One by one, the shimmering law fragments were drawn into his soul, absorbed and distilled at breathtaking speed. Outside, Hong Yu and the others, empowered by Ye Cheng's Chaos Divine Water, remained on the front lines. Each skirmish against the alien invaders won them fresh military honors, steadily tipping the scales of fortune in Ye Cheng's favor. 3 days later, Ye Cheng stepped out of seclusion. He felt the familiar tremor of advancement, and his domain had indeed expanded, now stretching 85 layers deep. Likewise, the 10,000 Tao Sutra, inscribed on the purple chi cauldron of all living beings within him, had finally yielded another breakthrough. 1/5 of its secrets were now decrypted, promising even greater power to come. Though it was only the opening chapter, Ye Cheng could already sense the formidable Tao hidden within the Wan Dao Jing. He possessed the Taichu immortal body and had inherited the Taichu ancient scroll of the supreme body-building method. Not long ago, he had fused the Six Paths reincarnation body with the Chaos body, awakening the Grade 5 immortal life known as the Hunyuan immortal body. The Hunyuan Tiangong he inherited ranks among the highest immortal Dao techniques. Indeed, judged by tier, even the legacies of immortal venerables rarely surpass it. Immortal greats like Taihuang, Tianhuang, and Yuanwu Venerable each wield techniques no more advanced than Hunyuan Tiangong, and some may not even match its power. Yet Ye Cheng sensed that the Wandao Jing might stand above his own inheritance. Its core principle is, all Dao converge as one furnace, fusing the myriad paths of heaven and earth and every magical force into a single, all-encompassing crucible. The sheer scale of its potential left him both awed and keenly aware of the challenges ahead. At last, the unique supreme technique was complete. Whether it would succeed or not remained to be seen, but the very spirit of this breakthrough sent a thrill through Ye Cheng's heart. And as he integrated the newly perfected 10,000 Tao Sutra, his purple chi cauldron of all living beings underwent its own remarkable transformation. With each step forward in his fortune, the cauldron's power to magnify his magical energy surged ever higher. Where it had once granted only a 30% boost, the cauldron now delivered a full 50% amplification. Under that enhanced efficiency, every refinement process was cut nearly in half. Those 9 paramount Tao fruits, which might once have demanded almost 10 years each to perfect, could now be cultivated in just over 3 years apiece. Such a leap in power didn't simply speed up his progress, it revolutionized it. Ye Cheng dared to believe that, with this newfound edge, he could outpace fate itself. Ye Cheng's heart raced. Once I've refined the Tao fruits of the 9 masters, my power will rival even those on the brink of immortality, he vowed. A flush of excitement warmed him at the thought that soon, even killing an average quasi-immortal would be within his grasp. The looming threat of the Taihuang immortal venerable and his son, who could descend into the mortal realm at any moment, spurred him on. He had to grow stronger, and he had to do it now. Rising from his seat, Ye Cheng left his familiar meditation chamber and stepped into the adjacent sanctum. Immediately, a wave of blistering heat struck him. Thick, potent fire spirit energy pulsed through the air, rendering the room a furnace so intense it could turn ordinary cultivators to mummies. Yet this was precisely the crucible he sought. Arranged in a perfect circle on the scorched stone floor lay the 9 divine weapons he had stolen from the alien invaders. Each blade and staff radiated residual alien demonic energy, an insidious power that threatened to corrupt any who wielded them. As the fire spirit energy roared, it began to evaporate that taint, burning away the demonic residue weapon by weapon. Already several lay purified, their surfaces gleaming under the faint glow of the heaven-refining array's sigils, which still hummed with potential. Here, in this molten chamber, Ye Cheng would forge his path to true strength. If he could master the final stages of the Tao fruits and purge every last trace of alien corruption from these weapons, nothing in the quasi-immortal realms would stand in his way. Ye Cheng allowed himself a satisfied nod as he sensed the last remnants of demonic energy finally dissipate. Over the past 3 days of secluded cultivation, he hadn't been idle. While he studied the newly acquired law fragments, he also poured his spiritual power into reforging the 9 heaven-seizing divine weapons. His efforts had not been in vain. Without those evil energies interfering, he murmured, my chances of reconfiguring the array this time should be much higher. Each of the 9 heaven-seizing divine weapons was modeled on the quasi-immortal level formation known in the fairy realm as the 9-turn heaven-seizing array. Ye Cheng's talent was extraordinary, and he possessed numerous trump cards, but his current realm still fell short of mastering such a formation with absolute confidence. Now, he faced an even greater challenge. He intended to invert the weapon's original purpose. Instead of targeting the cultivators of Shenzhou, he would redirect their power against the Chaos race. That reversal would be infinitely more complex, and any misstep might irreparably damage the divine weapons, of which there were precious few. Ye Cheng had learned from Xianxia that only 11 or 12 heaven-stealing divine weapons had ever appeared on the entire Tianguan battlefield. Excluding those destroyed by Shenzhou's forces, the 9 in his possession might be the very last of their kind. That realization left him with just 9 opportunities to test any improvements. If he failed to refine his method before those 9 weapons were exhausted, he'd likely never get another chance. Determined to leave no variable unaccounted for, he prepared to begin the transformation. Focusing his will, he summoned the 9 weapons, each one now fully purified of demonic energy. A spark of divine insight illuminated his mind, and he turned his attention to the first blade, meticulously tracing every line of its array pattern. Hours slipped by as he compared subtle shifts in the formation, then a full day, then 2. Completely absorbed in his work, he scarcely noticed when another week passed. Throughout those 7 days, Ye Cheng remained locked in contemplation, driven by the knowledge that each moment brought him one step closer to mastering the heaven-stealing divine weapon. When the 7th day's sunlight filtered into the courtyard, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Before Ye Cheng's eyes, the last heaven-stealer shattered into powder and drifted away on the breeze. Yet there was no regret in his expression, only a fierce, triumphant light. He laughed aloud. So that was the secret. Without hesitation, he brought his palm down in a sweeping arc. Instantly, countless shards of spirit iron burst from his sleeves, igniting in the Tao fire he had summoned with his spiritual power. In a heartbeat, the molten metal swirled and solidified into a magnificent Tao bell, its surface gleaming red gold. Etched around the bell were warriors of every race, their faces contorted in battle cries as they stood united against demons. Beneath that scene lay a web of intricate, shadowy sigils, complex runes that pulsed with divine authority. When Ye Cheng rang the bell, its deep, resonant chime seemed to harmonize with the very laws of the cosmos. If any celestial being or powerful alien had laid eyes on that dark pattern, they would have gone pale in an instant. At first glance, it looked almost identical to the famed 9 turns heaven-seizing array, but the resemblance was only skin-deep. This new design was far more complete, intricate, and devastatingly potent. It was the culmination of everything Ye Cheng had learned while testing the 9 great heaven-seizing weapons over the past 7 days. He'd forged an entirely new formation, the 9 turns heaven refining array. The original heaven-seizing array of the fairy realm could only plunder the laws that governed mortals in the lower world of Shenzhou. In stark contrast, Ye Cheng's heaven refining array could refine the fundamental laws of any living being, no matter how powerful. Even those self-righteous immortals who towered above all others. With this formation binding his magic weapon, he could seize and refine their immortal laws, converting them into raw cultivation energy for himself. Chapter 578. Though the heaven-refining array outstripped the heaven-seizing array in raw power, it carried a fatal weakness. Only those who have broken into the domination realm can hope to control it. Ye Cheng sat before the bronze bell he had labored over for years, the heaven-refining bell, and let out a wry smile. The domination realm? On today's Shenzhou, even the most reclusive immortals and formidable figures like Deputy Dean Yuan Sheng haven't reached that height. In fact, it seemed he alone could awaken the quasi-immortal class formation carved into this bell. That realization was as gratifying as it was unsettling. Still, being the sole cultivator capable of activating a heaven-refining array was more than enough. With the Zonglian celestial bell now in his possession, Ye Cheng's cultivation would accelerate dramatically, and his power would rise faster than ever before. Ye Cheng sprang to his feet and strode out of the cave, ready to rejoin the battle against the alien invaders. No sooner had he emerged than a clear, melodious toll echoed through the air, a Taoist bell proclaiming its summons. From the city square below rose a chorus of excited voices, and in the sky around the walls, countless streaks of light shot in from every direction. Shenzhou cultivators, drawn by that single bell, were converging on the city. The bell's ringing, time for the Heavenly Tao to update the battle merit list. It happens every 2 weeks, one voice called out. I'm curious what'll change this time, another replied. The God list and the Saint list barely budge in a fortnight. Those masters don't gain or lose merit that fast. Right, a third cultivator agreed. The real shakeup is always on the Hidden Dragon list. I've heard talk that Gu Daoshuan of the Zhenwu Dao sect and Xiao Yiren from the God of War Academy have been in top form lately, someone added. They're hot picks to crack the top 3. Ye Cheng paused, steeling himself. If the Hidden Dragon rankings were about to shift so dramatically, the battles to come would be fiercer than ever. Winning first place on the Hidden Dragon list wasn't out of reach. As Ye Cheng drifted through the crowd, he overheard excited whispers about the newly released rankings, and for the first time, his curiosity was piqued. With Xiao Yiren's uncanny speed and Gu Daoshuan's raw power, he reckoned that in another 2 weeks, they'd easily break into the top 3 of the battle merit list. With that thought, he sprang into the air, streaking toward the Grand Arena's central plaza. Below him, a massive hollow screen flickered to life, announcing the latest update to the Qianlong list, the official tally of battlefield merits. For the past half-month, Ye Cheng had kept himself to the remote Linglu Mountains, dispatching wave after wave of alien beasts. His own merit total had soared, but not quite enough to land him on the coveted God list. He barely spared it a glance. Instead, his eyes shot back to the scroll of names. There, in gleaming numerals, were his children's accomplishments. Xiao Yiren had racked up 170,000 merit points. Gu Daoshuan held a solid 160,000. The hall erupted in cheers, the crowd buzzing as the pair's names hovered at the very top of the Hidden Dragon rankings. Ye Cheng's chest swelled with pride. His daughter and son weren't just climbing the list, they were dominating it. Half a month ago, the leading prodigies on the Hidden Dragon list, Moyun Shenpeng, Zi Jingxiang, and Juling Yuanmo, each had only 70 to 80,000 combat merits. No one could have imagined they would double those scores so quickly. And yet, as Ye Cheng watched in stunned silence, the announcer's voice rang out over the arena. The third-place contender on the Hidden Dragon list, Moyun Shenpeng, has amassed a total of 189,000 merits. The runner-up, Zi Jingxiang, stands at 198,000 merits. And claiming first place, Juling Yuanmo leads with an astonishing 213,000 merits. From 70-odd thousand to more than 200,000 in just half a month, to say these figures are extraordinary would be a massive understatement. Whispers of disbelief rippled through the crowd. No one could recall a surge like this in living memory. Ye Cheng's heart pounded as he realized these 3 warriors had nearly tripled their battle records in record time. This can't be real, can it? When did those guys suddenly get this strong? A ripple of disbelief passed through the crowd in the square. Whispers and startled murmurs filled the air. They all knew young Yiren and young Daoshuan. Both had been racking up merits on the Tianguan battlefield these past few days, so seeing each exceed 100,000 combat merits wasn't entirely shocking. But the 3 prodigies from Juling Yuanmo? Not one of the tens of thousands gathered here had seen them fight in battle before. How on earth had they accumulated such an astronomical score overnight? Fascinating, truly fascinating, Ye Cheng murmured, staring at the merit rankings displayed at the center of the square. A faint smile curved his lips, yet a cold light glittered in his eyes. He refused to believe that these 3 novices could be so formidable. No matter, he would learn the truth for himself. Quietly, he committed their names to memory, then sent a mental summons to Hong Yu and the others, ordering them to track down the trio's every move. Ye Cheng, who stood on the Tianguan battlefield today, was nothing like the novice who had first set foot here. Ever since he'd begun distributing Chaos Divine Waters so generously, his fame had spread far beyond the God of War Academy. Every powerful figure among the 10,000 races was now eager to aid him. Word of his deeds traveled swiftly, and suddenly the entire Shenzhou host, humans and ancient creatures alike, rallied to his banner. All across the battlefield, warriors who owed Ye Cheng a favor fanned out in search of the three prodigies he sought. They scoured ravines and temples, patrolled ruins and encampments, but day after day passed with no word. The first 24 hours slipped away, then the second, and on the third evening, hope was beginning to fade. That dusk, a messenger appeared with an urgent report. "Commander," he panted, bowing low, "we've picked up fresh traces of the Wanling Tower's army in Sector 8. Their newly appointed Grandmaster, 9 Spirits Yuan Mo, seems to be leading the main force." Ye Cheng's gaze sharpened. He nodded in thanks, dismissed the messenger, and immediately set off towards Sector 8, every step bringing him closer to the answers he'd been hunting for 3 long days. Ye Cheng's hunch had been growing stronger by the hour. Those 3 ancient prodigies from Wanling Tower had operated in shadows so deep, their moves inscrutable, and yet they kept falling back on the exact tactics favored by the Daotong main army. Even the slowest observer ought to have guessed the source of their near-miraculous battlefield feats. But hunches are one thing, proof is another. Ye Cheng needed to see it for himself. Half a day later, he arrived at the outskirts of the designated battlefield. En route, he dispatched wave after wave of alien scouts, each skirmish sharpening his anticipation. Finally, as he climbed the ridge, he saw exactly what he had predicted. Below him, Wanling Tower's forces surged forward in a masterful pincer. With feints and traps, they herded the alien legions into a tightening cordon. Then, just as the encirclement snapped shut, the senior warriors of Wanling Tower descended onto the battlefield in force. In moments, every alien champion within reach was grievously wounded or cut down. With the heavy hitters neutralized, it was time for the grand finale. At the head of the strike formation strode Juling Yuanmo and the 3 legendary prodigies, the ancient Tianjiaos. Wanling Tower had painstakingly cultivated. Like 3 unstoppable phantoms, they tore into the weakened alien ranks, cutting them down in droves. By the time their blades fell silent, not a single foe remained standing. Ye Cheng allowed himself a thin, satisfied smile. The truth of Wanling Tower's secret and the origin of their astonishing power stood before him in full, undeniable display, so noble and eager to show off. Hidden in the gloom, Ye Cheng watched the 3 Wanling prodigies, renowned in all the Tianguan battlefield for never tasting defeat, single-handedly slaughter the alien invaders. A sardonic grin curved his lips. Their reputation was earned by skill, sure, but today they'd been lured into his trap, and he had every intention of turning the tables. "Since you were the first to cheat, don't blame me for wiping that smug look off your faces," he muttered. With that, he slipped into the void, vanishing like mist. A week later, deep in a secluded valley on the Tianguan front, Ye Cheng sat cross-legged beneath the hovering Leontian bell. Ever since his disappearance, he'd been harvesting the law fragments torn from the alien corpses, feeding them into the bell's crystalline matrix. As it chimed, those shards condensed into streams of divine essence that streamed into Ye Cheng's meridians, each pulse expanding his domain power and sharpening his insight into the abyss laws. Swish! Outside the valley, 2 brilliant shafts of light descended in unison. At their head floated Xiao Yiren, her eyes scanning the glade with a curious gleam. Behind her, her companion trailed, equally poised for whatever challenge lay within. Ye Cheng opened his eyes, and in that moment, destiny's next reckoning began. Trailing right behind her was Ye Cheng's youngest son, Gu Daoxuan, widely acknowledged as the standout talent of the Zhenwu Dao sect's new generation. Chapter 579, Dad. Gu Daoxuan couldn't contain his excitement as he burst into the hidden valley. There, perched on a flat stone and wrapped in silence, sat his father, Ye Cheng, deep in meditation. Although Daoxuan had known for days that Gu Yiren and Ye Cheng had joined the fierce battle on the Tianguan front, the conflict's intensity had made it impossible for a boy his age to find them. Only when Ye Cheng sent a message through Daoxuan's birth sword talisman did the young boy learn his father's exact location. From that moment on, he'd come straight here without pausing for breath. When Daoxuan and his sister first entered this realm alongside Ye Cheng, they were no more than 4 or 5 years old. Now, at 8 and 9, they'd grown remarkably. Their natural talent and cultivation had accelerated their development, so that, in both height and presence, they matched many 13 or 14-year-olds in the mortal world. Daoshuan especially shone. The moment Ye Cheng ascended into the Holy Dao realm, his son's bloodline underwent a profound transformation, marking him as the rightful heir to his father's legacy. Xianxia's cultivation had just leapt from the Emperor Flame body into the immortal Spirit Emperor body. At the same time, his son, Xiao Daoshuan, also broke through, his destiny ascending to the immortal tier and unlocking the first-grade immortal fate known as the 3000 Formations body. Under its divine blessing, Xiao Daoshuan was born with 3000 innate formations, each corresponding to one of the primordial Dao paths. As his strength grew, his cultivation would deepen, and one by one, those formations would reawaken. When all 3000 had returned to life, he would be able to marshal the power of every single Dao path with a single gesture, a level of might few in the mortal realm, and even among immortal Dao cultivators, could rival. Watching his son achieve such prodigious success filled Ye Cheng with overwhelming pride and relief. After exchanging pleasantries with the assembled disciples, he turned to Daoshuan, reached into his robes, and produced a carefully wrapped gift he had prepared for this very moment. Clang! Ye Cheng's storage ring snapped open, and 7,200 kilograms of Chaos Divine Water gushed out, flooding into the eager bodies of Yiren and Daoshuan. Under the elixir's baptism, their meridians, tendons, bones, and acupoints all underwent a fresh surge of transformation, and their cultivation soared once more. Before this infusion, the twins had already broken through to the perfected Heavenly Emperor realm, an astonishing feat for their age. Now, under the divine water's influence, their combat power even threatened to rival that of perfect Saint Kings. This explosive rise in strength explained why Ye Cheng had grown suspicious when he first checked the hidden dragon ranking. His own son and daughter, whose prowess could contend with young Saint Kings, had managed only 100,000 war merits in the past half-month. By contrast, Juling Yuanmo, one of the legendary 3-9 spirits and the strongest new-generation leader of the 10,000 Spirits Tower, remained at the perfect emperor level, his power at best matching, and often falling behind, the twins. Yet he'd leapt ahead on the merits board. Something about those rankings simply didn't add up. After just 2 weeks, Ye Cheng had somehow amassed tens of thousands more battle merits than Xiao Yiren and Xiao Daoshuan. On the surface, it looked suspicious, but that hardly mattered anymore. Under the baptism of the Chaos Divine Water, the two boys' cultivation had leapt forward by bounds no one had thought possible. 8,100 kilograms of Chaos Divine Water, an amount that would overwhelm even an emperor, let alone a saint, if they tried to absorb and refine it quickly. Yet, thanks to Xiao Yiren and Xiao Daoshuan's prodigious talent and Ye Cheng's careful guidance, they completed the entire process in just half a day. Every drop of the divine water was assimilated and transformed into their own strength. In that single blistering session, both youngsters shattered 2 major bottlenecks and ascended to the perfection of the Emperor realm. Their battle power became so overwhelming that even a fully perfected Saint Lord would pale beside them. Whether it was Xiao Yiren's unbreakable will or Xiao Daoshuan's lightning-quick intuition, each boy now radiated a power that outshone every legend in the realm. Ye Cheng watched in astonishment as the two boys unveiled their hidden potential. Young Yiren wielded the immortal Emperor Flame, and young Daoshuan commanded the 3000 God formation. Though neither ability had yet matured, the sheer killing intent they radiated was already terrifying. Suddenly, buzz, 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 tri-colored divine lights shimmered behind them, a clear sign of true domain power, something only a domain lord should possess. After bathing in the Chaos Divine Water, both boys, still formally only at the Emperor tier, had unlocked domain-level strength and even mastered 3 separate domains. Yiren had grasped the ways of sword, fire, and wind, Daoshuan the ways of sword, array, and thunder. Combine those domains with their innate trump cards, and a standard domain master would be no match for them. Ye Cheng's heart raced at the thought. These two could easily overwhelm ordinary elites. Not to mention the hidden dragon rankings, Ye Cheng was convinced that, given their current might, even the top 10 of the Holy List would hesitate before facing them. All right, get ready and head back to hunt those aliens. Dad's looking forward to your next performance. With that, Ye Cheng turned to his two sons and lifted his Leontian bell for them to see. Listen carefully, he said. When this battle's over, the one of you who ranks higher and earns the most merits, I'll have a custom spiritual weapon made, just like my Leontian bell. He tapped the bell with a confident smile. It can even absorb and refine alien essence to strengthen itself. Normally, the Leontian bell demands a tremendous cultivation base, but for the boys, he could tone down the Leontian formation and forge scaled-down versions specially suited to their young levels. It would cost him a great deal of energy, but judging by how excited they were, that was a small price to pay. Nodding encouragement, he watched them sprint down the valley toward the battlefield. Then Ye Cheng stretched, feeling a fresh surge of fighting spirit ignite within him. All right, kids, let's get to work, Ye Cheng called out with a grin. As your father, there's no way I'm letting you have all the fun. If I didn't step up, those rascals would really crack the Saint list and rack up more points than me. How embarrassing would that be? Half a month later, on the Tianguan battlefield's front line, Anlu City. Of the 180,000 strongholds in the 3rd Tianguan, Anlu ranked among the very top. As the war dragged on, countless Shenzhou disciples fell here, but many others honed their skills amid the carnage, making leaps in cultivation. They looted alien treasures from defeated foes and collected lavish rewards for their valor. These warriors fought across the frontier, then returned to base with their spoils, eager to trade. Great sects had even set up permanent markets where disciples could buy, sell, and share intelligence. Anlu City's bazaar, by virtue of the city's size and prestige, was the busiest of all. When a powerhouse from the god list appeared, the entire marketplace buzzed with excitement. Anlu City thronged with cultivators eager to broaden their horizons and marvel at the spoils the god list champions had claimed. Today, the marketplace was alive with bartering. Every stall displayed exotic artifacts, enchanted relics, and priceless curiosities, all drawing admiring glances and keen bids. Just as traders and shoppers were settling into their routines, a low hum drifted in from the void beyond the city walls. Within moments, that distant murmur swelled into a thunderous roar. In roughly the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the air tore open, revealing a vortex nearly 1,000 feet across. A massive skyboat, its hull shimmering in hues of purple and gold, glided into view, cutting through the rippling gateway as if it had sailed the void itself for centuries. On the vessel's deck, a banner snapped in the cosmic wind, drawing every gaze in Anlu City. Eyes widened and breaths caught as they recognized the emblem it bore, the insignia of Wanling Tower, one of the 3 supreme holy lands. In that instant, excitement and reverence swept through the crowd. For in the world of cultivation, few names inspired as much awe and few arrivals foretold as much promise as Wanling Tower's skyboat. The banner of Wanling Tower rippled above a single, magnificent vessel, the very skyboat the Tower Master had modified during his retreat. Rumor held that it had been upgraded to the ultimate Tao Lord-class warship, the Wanling boat itself. Now, Wanling Tower's main force stood ready upon its deck, bound straight for the battlefield of Tianguan. A hush fell over the spectators as cultivators stared upward with awe and longing. Even the weakest warrior on board had already achieved perfect Saint Lord cultivation, and many had long since crossed into the Domain Lord realm. At the heart of this extraordinary assembly stood 3 young emperors, Juling Yuanmo and 2 other prodigies from the hidden dragon list, surrounded and protected by these towering powers like 3 brilliant stars cradled by the heavens. Across Anlu City, countless eyes burned with envy at the sight. A low, excited murmur ran through the crowd as the procession of the 10,000 Spirits Tower appeared on the horizon. Tsk, look at that! It's the famed spirit-aligned guard of the 10,000 Spirits Tower, someone whispered. Another voice rose in awe. The personal entourage of those 3 prodigies must be stronger than 10, maybe 100, alien legions combined. With such backing, Rongdu's glory only grows. A ripple of admiration spread among the onlookers, but not all felt pleased. A few cultivators dropped their gazes, jaws clenching in jealousy as they muttered under their breath, with warriors like that protecting them, who could hope to compete? At those words, even the most ardent supporters of Shenzhou exchange uneasy glances. The dominance of the 10,000 Spirits Tower had never seemed more absolute. Chapter 580. Over the past fortnight, the Wanling Tower's legendary vessel, the Wanling Boat, has appeared on the Tianguan battlefield more times than anyone can remember. Its elusive maneuvers only heightened curiosity and unease among the ranks. To blunt the rising tide of criticism, the tower dispatched its three-star prodigies, Moyun Shenpeng of the Moping clan, Juling Yuanmo of the Juling clan, and the young master of the Xianxia clan. Wherever the war raged fiercest, these three heavenly sidereal geniuses materialized to bolster friendly Shenzhou legions. Yet even their interventions couldn't match the sheer frequency of exploits by Xiao Yiren, Xiao Daoshuan, and their comrades. Rumors began to circulate that the tower's official accounts of Moyun Shenpeng's daring strikes, Juling Yuanmo's mystical spells, and the Zhijinshan heir's lightning-speed tactics were more propaganda than fact. Few dared to voice their doubts until one bold cultivator, bristling with discontent, finally spoke up. "They've made a spectacle of themselves, but what real gains have they brought to the front line?" he scoffed, drawing several curious glances. The moment the words left his lips, regret flickered across his face. He bit his tongue, instinctively preparing to blend back into the ranks as though nothing had happened. But the seed of skepticism had been sown. From that point on, whispers trailed the Wanling Tower's every move. Even its greatest champions could no longer escape the flicker of doubt cast by a single defiant voice. Before the monk could even draw a full breath, a thunderous boom split the air. A crackling sphere of obsidian light slammed into him, the force blasting him, and over a dozen unfortunate St. Dao disciples gathered nearby, straight off the deck of the Wanling boat. In an instant, bleeding from every orifice, the dozen or so cultivators coughed up blood, some crumpled unconscious, their lives hanging by a thread. "This is the price paid by anyone who dares defame me without cause." Moyun Shenpeng's voice rang cold across the deck. Below, the Anlu city monks stared up in terror, faces ashen. They had professed only to warn him, and yet they'd been struck down so mercilessly. Moyun Shenpeng allowed himself a satisfied smirk as he withdrew his hand. None of the 10,000 Spirits Tower enforcers standing beside him thought to intervene. Even Juling Yuanmo and the young master of the purple-golden elephant, watching with hooded eyes, exchanged glances full of grudging admiration. "He's holding back," the purple-robed youth whispered. "Why spare them at all?" But Moyun Shenpeng merely folded his arms, the faintest trace of a smile on his lips as the boat cut through the mist-shrouded river. "You need to slaughter a few of them, let them taste blood, then see if they still dare mouth off." At that, the young master of the purple-golden elephant shifted into his human form. Clad in a flowing Confucian scholar's robe, he looked every bit the refined gentleman. Yet his words dripped with savage bloodlust, sending a chill through everyone present. Moyun Shenpeng paid the display no mind. He turned to Juling Yuanmo, frowning. "Brother, that's not a real solution. Have you discovered where Ye Cheng is hiding?" Juling Yuanmo's lips curled into a cruel smile. "As soon as we pinpoint his location, we'll descend on him without warning and crush that upstart." Moyun Shenpeng did not bother to hide his murderous intent. A scion of the powerful Mopeng clan, he was acknowledged as the leader of his generation. Thanks to his family's influence, he'd been dispatched to the 10,000 Spirits Tower to cultivate. By his own talent, he had ascended to 10th place on the Hidden Dragon list, only to be unseated by the sudden rise of Ye Cheng. The humiliation still stung, and he was determined to take revenge. Peng Yanzong, one of the Mopeng clan's 5 realm masters, had paid for that fateful incident with his life at the hands of Ye Cheng, Gu Yiren's father. Even Peng's brother, Peng Nanshan, was swept away by the same storm. Such a blood debt drove Moyun Shenpeng wild with vengeance. He would have torn Gu Yiren limb from limb if he dared. As if that weren't enough, the Hidden Dragon list itself had come under fierce scrutiny. Observers openly questioned the legitimacy of Xiao Yiren's and Xiao Daoshuan's rankings and battle merits. If their records were unassailable, they could have shrugged off the gossip. But both warriors carried secrets, and to be publicly picketed like this stung. No wonder Moyan Shenpeng was the first to leap up and savage any cultivator bold enough to criticize the list. At Moyan's outburst, Juling Yuanmo remained silent, his expression unreadable. The young master of the Purple Gold Elephant clan simply nodded in grim agreement. Though he harbored no grudge against Xiao Yiren personally, he was every bit as sick of the endless second-guessing and whispered accusations. Inside the secluded pavilion, the Purple Golden Elephant young master leaned forward, eyes gleaming with barely contained malice. Ever since Xiao Yiren and Xiao Daoxuan had begun climbing the Hidden Dragon rankings, boasting military exploits that almost matched his own, he'd been itching for payback. There was no doubt in his mind that the War God Academy and the Zhenwu Dao sect were pulling strings behind the scenes to elevate those two. If the big sects weren't squeaky clean, why should Xiao Yiren and Xiao Daoxuan be any different? They're not significantly stronger than us, he snarled, voice low. But every time they leap ahead in the rankings, rumors swirl, and somehow it reflects on our prestige. We're being dragged down by their shadow. Demon Cloud Divine Peng, reclining on a carved wooden bench, chuckled darkly. So what do you suggest? We let them walk all over us forever? No. At the very least, we need to knock them down a peg, maybe even crush them completely. That'll teach the backstabbers who really holds the power. Nine Spirits Yuanmo, who had urged restraint ever since this rancorous council began, felt a flicker of temptation. His measured nature urged caution. Open warfare could draw the watchful eyes of the pavilion elders. Yet the promise of silencing those two upstarts, of seeing Xiao Yiren and Xiao Daoxuan humiliated, gnawed at him. He swallowed. We must be careful. If we strike too overtly, the sect elders will step in. But his gaze drifted to the floor as he weighed the risk. If we plan it right, an ambush when they least expect it, we can cripple their reputations without implicating ourselves. The other two exchanged eager grins. The die was cast. Soon, Xiao Yiren and Xiao Daoxuan would learn just how ruthless their rivals could be and how impossible it was to rise through the ranks unscathed. We're clearly the top 3 on the Hidden Dragon list, the young master of the Purple Golden Elephant declared with a confident smile. When this battle ends, any Heavenly Dao rewards will go to us. No one will receive more or richer gifts. Under these circumstances, what did gossip matter? All that counted was securing their share. Besides, Xiao Daoxuan and Ye Cheng were rising stars of the War God Academy and the Zhenwu Dao sect, each backed by a supreme holy land. Even with the Wanling Tower's patronage, neither would dare ignore those formidable protectors. Juling Yuanmo's hesitation did not go unnoticed. The young master leaned forward, eyes bright. Brother Daoxuan, why the pause? If we don't strike now, when will we? And let's face it, Ye Cheng and you aren't exactly vying for those top 3 spots yourselves. His meaning was clear. Just as the Wanling Tower had powerful allies, Daoxuan and Ye Cheng each boasted steadfast support from their own supreme holy lands. There was nothing left to wait for. They decided to attach themselves as followers, game the system, and rapidly rack up combat merits in hopes of winning a place on the Hidden Dragon list. For now, the 10,000 Spirits Tower still held the edge, but the Heavenly Dao's rewards for top spots on the 3 great lists were simply too generous to ignore. Who could guarantee that the God of War Academy or the Zhenwu Dao sect wouldn't chafe at their ignoble standings and dispatch fresh heavy hitters to bolster Xiao Daoxuan and Xiao Yiren, helping them climb past the tower's contenders? If we can beat them head-on right now, everything changes, one of them pointed out. So far, the 10,000 Spirits Tower's escort squad had shown remarkable restraint. Had they truly unleashed their full might, each of the 3 heroes would already boast 300,000 to 400,000 combat merits, and such wildly inflated scores would be impossible to explain away. But by defeating Xiao Yiren and Xiao Daoxuan even once, they'd gain a legitimizing victory that could flip the whole contest in their favor. The plan was simple. If Zhenwu Dao sect and the War God Academy dared to send fresh reinforcements to bolster those 2 upstarts and secure another reverse combat merit, the 10,000 Spirits Tower would simply counter by dispatching even stronger champions to help Juling Yuanmo, and nobody would bat an eye like they are now. In truth, announced the young master of the Purple Golden Elephant sect, All this uproar stems from our failure to defeat those two brats on the front lines. One victory on our side, and every doubt evaporates. Moyun Shenpeng, standing at his shoulder, nodded and added coolly, "If Brother Dao worries about taking on both Zhenwu and the War God Academy at once, I have no objection. We'll just begin with Gu Yiren. Crush her first, and the rest will fall in line." Unknown to the wider world was the bond between Xiao Daoshuan and Ye Cheng. Even Moyun Shenpeng's resentment was aimed more squarely at Xiao Yiren than at Ye Cheng himself. Spurred on by Moyun Shenpeng's urgings and bolstered by the analysis of Xianxia's young master, Zhuling Yuanmo's earlier caution evaporated. He sprang to his feet and barked an order to his subordinates. "I want Ye Cheng's whereabouts, now!" But before the command could reach them, 3 brilliant golden beams shot up from the center of Anlu City, drawing every cultivator's gaze. "It's time for the War Merit List update again," someone shouted. "Head to the square and see the new rankings." As the lights pierced the sky, the 3 combat merit boards began to refresh. Cultivators gathered in excited clusters, and even those outside the city walls hurried over, eager to witness the phenomenon. Aboard the Wanling boat, Moyun Shenpeng and his companions exchanged dismissive glances. Their preparations over the past fortnight had been nothing short of perfect. No one, not even Ye Cheng or Xiao Daoshuan, had been able to outpace them in battle merits. Zhuling Yuanmo's voice cut through the chatter. "Enough stalling. First things first, find out exactly where Ye Cheng is." As soon as his words died away, a roar of astonishment rose from the plaza. The faces of Zhuling Yuanmo, Moyun Shenpeng, and even the young master of the purple golden elephant beside him went slack. He surpassed him? He actually took first place on the Hidden Dragon list? Impossible. In an instant, the 3 Wanling Tower disciples, Zhuling Yuanmo of the 9 Spirit Sect, the Demon Cloud Divine Rock Moyun Shenpeng, and the purple golden elephant's young master, shed their customary indifference and arrogance. Shock flashed in their eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, they shot into the sky. Like 3 blazing comets, they descended upon the square, trampling aside any cultivator who stood in their path. They converged on the center dais, craning their necks to read the towering rank screens overhead. The inscriptions glowed with unmistakable clarity. Hidden Dragon ranking. Second place. Gu Daoshuan total military merit, 728,000. Hidden Dragon ranking first place. Ye Cheng, total military merit, 729,000. A stunned silence fell over the plaza as everyone realized what had happened. Ye Cheng, the underdog of the competition, had snatched the top spot by a mere 1,000 points of merit, an achievement no one had seen coming.